Hello, hello to everyone on the YouTube live chat. We are about to get the race underway. Right then, 2x2, round into the final corners. We're getting ready to go here. Green flag is about to fall here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. Round number 6 of RHPK is underway now. The green is flying on the gantry, and we race our way down into Stadium Bend for the first time. But the question is, who will emerge out at the sharp end? We're still in a 2x2 train. We've barely even broken up down through the first couple of corners, and some drivers all trying to find a bit of space there. Alessia Prime slightly loaded into the braking zone, but they manage to just about collect it up and keep their position as they now try and sneak up the inside of Purple Racing. But it will be Purple Racing. I believe it's Bo Sullivan behind the wheel in this first stint, who is able to chop back across and keeps 4th place. But already, look at this. TAD trying to break away here at the sharp end. They've gained, that's got to be about 2 or 3 kart lengths on this first lap of proceedings. Well, under the gantry we go then, and we'll call them through. DAD in the lead. Monkey up to 2nd place. What a start from them, up 2. And Brentwood Karting are up 3. And it's all changing at the sharp end once again. Brentwood Karting now up the inside. They're into 2nd place overall, but already under pressure. Back up the inside goes the 37. That was cheeky. Down at hairpin number 1. Forces the 32 to the runoff. They lose 1. They lose 2 from that. Alessia Prime and Purple Racing both getting through. Here comes 36 Motorsport now as well. They're going to go 2x2 into the section that we know is, certainly single file if you want to make it through unscathed. They do just about get into single file before we head down through onto lap number 3. This pace from DAD is astronomical already. They've got the rest of the field by 1.5 seconds over 2 laps here, and very much helped by the squabbling that's happening behind them. Purple Racing are back into 2nd place, and Bo Sullivan points forward. He wants to work together here. He knows that DAD are scampering off here in the early stages. They've now got Alessia Prime hot on their heels, and I think Alessia Prime will work together here with Purple Racing, as DAD have shot off like a scolded cat here in the opening stages of round number 6 of RHPK. Now, okay, that new section, you might not really be able to overtake, but the karts look great going through that section. I like it a lot. For photos anyway, that section is going to look fantastic. But on we go then. A new lap of racing. What's the gap now? I'm interested to see if/when the gap between your race leader and second either stops increasing or starts to close. We shall watch and wait and see. Contact down at hairpin number 1. Not happy about that. Were number 1 of GKD Racing. Puts their hand up in frustration there. Doesn't feel that they were given enough room there. I think that was the number 11, was it? It was, of going bananas, that they made the move on. A little bit of side pod to side pod and sidewall to sidewall of tyre as well. Contact there down through hairpin number 1. As I say, a little bit frustrated with that with GKD, but they made it through nonetheless. And now it's the turn of 36 Racing to try and find their way through and up into the top 10. And that is, of course, a battle for class position as well. That will be 4th in class once those two start squabbling. Right then, I said, when was it going to be that we saw that gap start to decrease? It is now already. I thought we might have a few more laps to settle in, but no. Bo Sullivan, new fastest lap of the race. Purple Racing dropped down into a 40.506. Now, it was only 87 thousandths that Mr. Sullivan gained on the last lap, but every little helps, as they say at Tesco. And we go on to a new lap. How long will it be until the drivers at the sharp end close up once again? Well, they're trading times for the moment as DAD goes a little bit faster there on lap number 5. So really, what Purple Racing need here is a bit of a push, potentially, from Alessia Prime. And some working together here for 2nd and 3rd. Well, it's helped by the fact that the 37 just behind a Monkey has just dropped a few kart lengths off of the back of Alessia Prime. And their focus very much, the 2 pro karts behind, or pro class pro karts, I should say. 36 Motorsport and Brentwood Karting, that is. Now, those two were up right near the sharp end earlier on. I mean, Brentwood Karting were up into 2nd overall momentarily a few laps ago. But now they are well and truly involved in that battle for 4th place overall. Well, saying that, they've now actually given a little bit of room to 36 Motorsport, and this might be the time for them to pounce. They don't go for it down through hairpins 1 or through hairpin number 2 either. So 36 sticking behind for now, but it's the first time in their little train that I've seen a bit of a gap behind them. So might be good to strike when the iron is hot, as they say. and get that overtake done, because those top three are continuing to just ever so slightly draw away here. Right then, 5 minutes now completed of August's running here of the Rye House Pro Karting Series, and once again it is Purple Racing who take the fastest lap of the race, and that time was about 1 1/4 tenths of a second for Bo Sullivan. What we need though is consistent closing of that gap for us to be in for a battle for the lead in this first stint. Of course, once pit stops start to come into play, that'll be really throwing the cat amongst the pigeons, and I'll have a bit of maths to do in my head. But until then, we continue to race on. So DAD still in the overall lead, and of course the lead of the Super Pro classification, 36 Motorsport. Your leaders in Pro, but again, they still have, well, they did have Brentwood Karting right on their tail. They have now gotten past the 37 of Monkey Monkey. So up into 4th place overall, still in the lead of the Pro class for 36 Motorsport. Leaders in Clubman. We've actually got all 4 of our Clubmans are at the back in this one. Very different to how they were in qualifying. There was a much more reshuffling between our classes. But now that the racing has progressed on through these first few laps, Shadow Racing are down from 11th on the grid to 14th. Bad Racing have dropped from 14th to 15th. And Slippery Bananas and Red Spider Racing are as they were off of that grid start. Potential change, though, up the inside into hairpin number 1. Oh, a little bit late there. I think that's what the 32 thought of that one. Brentwood Karting gives a bit of room at the apex there, but is able to hold the speed and carry on round the outside. Does not allow for the overtake from Helicopter Services to stick. It's just a little bit too far back that time. We'll have to wait for another opportunity. The 63, 36 Racing team, we're looking at the inside there of GKD, heading into the new section of corners. Pulled alongside, but didn't have quite enough of a run to sort of bully their way through to the apex there and claim the corner as their own. They've had to slot in behind once again, but maybe a little bit surprising here. GKD, of course, a bit off colours. Oh, we've got a spin down at Stadium. Camtech, I think that is. It is. Camtech around at Stadium. They get back going again straight away, but a little spin there. Now, I didn't see whether that was on their own or whether they were helped into that. I only saw them facing the wrong direction on corner exit. But either way, Camtech have dropped to the back of the order. Well, just as I was saying, that we've got no reshuffling of classes and all of our Clubmans are at the back. It's now the turn of Camtech to head to the back of the order, and they've got quite a bit of work to do now. GKD Racing and Camtech a little bit off colour. I mean, the same with Helicopter Services really in that qualifying session. Helicopter has started to get their way through the order now. They're currently still sat behind that Brentwood cart that they couldn't seem to find a way through. As there goes GKD. They make up another place now, up the inside of March Racing. So that is a change for 8th place overall now. So GKD clearly hearing me be very mean on the commentary, and they are now finding those places. But yeah, a little bit surprising maybe that they're not coming through the order as quickly as I would have thought. Saying that, though, the experience and talent on the grid here at RHPK is very impressive. So it's not like there are really any easy drivers to overtake. It's a tough field to work your way through. At the moment, at least in this first stint, a little bit slower than previous races for some of our top teams, but there's plenty of time left to go. 3 hours and 51 minutes to be exact. That's quite a bit of time to find said positions and work your way through the order. So I don't think any of those teams at panic stations just yet. If I'm saying similar things once we're, say, 2 hours in, maybe that might be a time to start rethinking your tactics in this race. But we head on then. Lap number 14 is about to begin. And DAD Racing, now it's back to 1 second between DAD and Purple Racing. But it's neither of them who have the fastest lap. That has just been taken by 36 Motorsport, your drivers in the lead in the Pro class. Of course, they got past Monkey Monkey a few laps ago, and they have driven away from Monkey Monkey. They're closing the gap to your race leaders now. As I say, they set the fastest lap of the race overall. So a kart that's not even in the top class, currently your fastest out there. And like I say, slowly but surely closing the gap to those 3 leaders who have now all opened up gaps amongst each other. Thought potentially that Purple Racing might need a bit of assistance here from Alessia Prime to push them up towards your race leader, but They're going it alone at the moment, a Purple Racing, and well, it seems to be working. Another half a tenth or so gain on the last lap. And like we say, slowly but surely closing in. I think another, what will it be? Maybe sort of 8 to 10 laps. And we might see Purple Racing onto the back of your race leaders of DAD. Well then, 10 minutes of round number 6 of RHPK completed. And already we're setting into what is going to be quite an exciting race. Oh dear, Camtech are in the pits. Well, that's certainly not a scheduled stop for Camtech. That's very early. But to be fair, I say that, it might be a scheduled stop. See how quickly they get back out of the pits. Only because they've had that slightly challenging start, I think is fair to say. Not quite getting through the order and then having that spin that dropped them to the back again. So maybe Camtech just deciding, bank an early pit stop here, try and find a bit of space, and then go opposing strategies to the drivers around them or the drivers that they think that they will be battling with by the end of the race. So maybe just opposing strategies there from Camtech. I will try my best to keep up to date. Now, what I've realised is that we need a timing beam on the pits, because I've now commentated at other circuits where I can see on the timing how many times the teams have been in the pits. And oh my goodness, it's so useful. It's so useful. So please, Rye House, I ask very kindly, please can we have a timing beam in the pits? It would help so much to know who's pitted and how many times in these races. I'll do my best to keep a note, but easier said than done. I sort of need many different sets of eyes to keep up to date with that. But as I say, I will try. Right, Camtech have been in once then so far in this session. And we will do, or I will do my best to keep on top of that for you all. We'll see how it all crescendos to the checkered flag later on. And again, if you've got anyone who is at home today or wherever they are in the world, don't forget we do have the YouTube live stream on for today. We've got one little camera looking down through Reg's elbow and through the second hairpin, but mostly just my live commentary covering the action here from Rye House. But like I say, if you've got someone who's watching from home who's just staring at the live timing, not really knowing what's going on, hopefully I can bring a little bit of update and interest as to what's happening out on circuit. So make sure you head over to the Rye House YouTube channel and send that link out to whoever might need it. And whoever's listening on the YouTube channel, hello. Hello and welcome. I hope you do enjoy this upcoming 4 hours of racing here from the Rye House Kart Raceway. Well, we've got a contact warning that I've just seen come out for helicopter services. So they're into 7th place now. So Brentwood Karting have gotten past Monkey Monkey. So that's a change for 5th place. And now Monkey Monkey with helicopter services in GKD hot on their tail. Or they will be soon enough. Yeah, saying that, the GKD car has had 36 Racing on their bumper for a long time now. 36 Racing clearly with a bit of pace in that car, and a couple of occasions were thinking about trying to make an overtake. None of them quite coming to fruition, but they're sticking there with your defending champions overall from 2025. And that just proves quite how impressive the pace of 36 Racing is so far in this one, because my assumption would be that the best drivers are in the 36 Motorsport team, and it's, say, more the learning and the up-and-coming drivers that are in the second team in racing. I might be totally wrong, and it might be totally evenly stacked amongst the two, but that's usually unlikely in endurance racing series. But and saying that as well, actually no, sorry, saying that, they are both in the same class, so maybe there is no waiting. Maybe it is just two very similarly matched teams. Either way, the motorsport team's up in 4th, leading the class, and the racing squad is 9th overall and still 3rd in the class, though. Very impressive showing. If they can stay on the bumper here of the number 1, the GKD racing car, I think they've got a positive showing of what might be for the rest of this race. If they can follow them through the order, they might be able to get to lofty heights a little bit later on. Well, Camtech are very well and truly back out. I can see they're involved in that train of drivers, but of course, don't forget they're a lap down from that pit stop. Okay. So I can open up the details about them. I can see it was a 1:14 that lap that they did with a pit stop. So an extra 34 seconds or so. So I don't think that's any fuel on board, is it? far too early anyway in the race for that from Camtech. I think simply it was okay, first part of the stint's not gone very well. Let's bank that early pit stop, and then we can go on an opposing strategy, and, well, they'll hope that that works very well for them. We shall have to wait and see. While I've been chattering away, though, about probably utter rubbish, Purple Racing, Bo Sullivan has been reeling in your race leader. And now there's only about a kart length or two between DAD and Purple Racing. First team down into a 40 dead on the last lap for Purple Racing. 40.091 on that last lap. They were just less than a tenth quicker than your race leaders of DAD. Now, they've not got a huge overturn of pace here of Purple Racing, so they've really got to pick their moment in terms of when they go for this. Equally, if they think that themselves and DAD have race-winning pace here, we might see Purple Racing decide to push DAD along. I'm interested to see what Bo Sullivan decides to do here, because, of course, you would have known from early on in that part of the race, DAD got that nice early breakaway, but in fresh air, Bo has clearly been closing in. Not by huge amounts, but it's clear that he has been. So what does he decide to do? Stick behind and push, and maybe slightly, ever so slightly slower kart, or get ahead and hope that DAD want to push you? Let's see. Let's see. Like we say, for the moment, 40.091 for Purple Racing, 40.1 for both the drivers ahead and behind in DAD and Alessia Prime. And now Alessia Prime only have, he has done the same as well now. So Helicopter Services make their way into 6th place overall. Monkey slipping down into P7 then, as things stand. But nose to tail then. I did see a bit of a push down the back straight last time from Purple Racing. I think now if they come round again and it's still the same order and they're still pushing, which it is down through Regis Elbow, we might just be seeing here a bit of working together potentially between the number 7 and the number 5. The interesting gap now to watch will be the gap back to Alessia Prime. Of course, they're not really close enough to benefit from any slipstream, the limited amount that is available here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. Not a huge amount of long straights here at Rye House. And we'll be interested to see if that gap continues to increase back to Alessia Prime and whether they now slip back into the clutches of your class leaders in Pro, 36 Motorsport, who now find themselves about 3.5 seconds ahead of Brentwood Karting, who themselves are in fresh air as well. Well, when we tick down to 30 minutes completed in this race, I'll be sure to give you a proper run through of what the order is looking like. But for now, still those two leaders working together very nicely and looking to extend the gap. It was another 10th that they increased that gap to Alessia Prime on the previous lap. And again, looking back to 36 Motorsport, again, a little bit of time gain for them as they try and close up to Alessia Prime. And yeah, another 10th just over that Alessia Prime are dropping back. So this strategy seemingly working for the moment then for DAD and Purple Racing. Let's push on together at the sharp end. And even if it's small margins every lap, that will, of course, compound over this stint. And might mean that they can draw out maybe 10 seconds or so by that first pit stop and that first driver change of the race. If they can do that, just means they can be a little bit more relaxed throughout the rest of the race. So Shadow Racing still your race leaders in Clubman as well. What's their gap? They've got over 2 seconds, to be fair, Shadow Racing in the number 88. What is that? About 5 seconds, I would say, if I had to guesstimate. 5 seconds between Shadow Racing, Slippery Bananas, Bad Racing, and Red Spider Racing. So even after 20 minutes completed, only about 5 seconds opening up. So 36 and Alessia Prime still looking to close down on your race leaders. Brentwood Karting, like we say, bit of no man's land for them. As they, are they closing up or are they dropping away? They are dropping away from 36 Motorsport slowly but surely. Almost 4 seconds now it is between your leaders and second in the pro class, sorry. But to be fair to Brentwood Karting, they then have quite the distance back to 36 Racing, who are third in the class. 5 seconds back to 36 Racing, and 3 karts in between those two as well. All 3 Super Pro class karts. So Brentwood Karting, like we said, a bit of no man's land trying to chase down 36 Motorsport. Helicopter Services and Monkey Monkey then together about 1.5 seconds further back. And then the gap between Monkey Monkey and then GKD, who of course are dragging along 36 Racing and March Racing for the company and going bananas now there as well in that train of 4. They are a further 3.3 seconds behind Monkey Monkey, and they lost 1/4 of a second on the last lap alone. So GKD just struggling to find pace here at the moment. Best lap of a 40.5, whereas the drivers around them, well, there's only the only teams who aren't as fast as GKD Racing at the moment are our 4 Clubman karts. All the Pro Class karts have gone quicker than GKD at some point in this first part of the race. That's really surprising for GKD. They've got a very experienced driver on board who is a proven race winner here around Whitehouse. So I'm a little bit surprised that they're struggling for pace quite so much. Maybe that car not quite as happy as it could be. We'll see whether the guys can make any changes to improve things or whether they're just going to have to deal with it and press on through this race. We shall see. Well, only 8 minutes until my first roundup of the race. I can't believe how quickly this race is going already. As we press on, I'm sure 4 hours will fly by here at Rye House, as it always does for our HPK. And there'll be plenty of stories to chatter about throughout today's proceedings. But in terms of that battle in the Pro Class, carts still very close together. 36 Racing, they've got them past GKD Racing and all of that. They have. Yeah, spotted that out my window now. GKD have lost the place. So 36 Racing, I said they've been on the bumper of GKD for quite some time. And as I say, they've done an overall fastest lap in this race, or sorry, an overall faster lap than GKD. So fair enough in their quest to press on. And then the first lap that they got past GKD, they put in their fastest lap of the race. So clearly showing that they have more time to find to 36 Racing. And again, another blow for the GKD Racing team. Not able to find the pace, and now they're settling in with that train from 8th place backwards. 36 Racing, GKD Racing, March Racing, and going bananas. Camtech going with them as well, but of course, don't forget they are a lap down. We've changed at the lead. Interesting. Bo Sullivan's decided to go for it then. Purple Racing are through on DAD. Well, that slight bit of truce has certainly ended, hasn't it? As though, whether that was through communication or all down to Bo behind the wheel, he would have been watching behind, started to see that the Alessia Prime team were closing in and just thought, right, okay, it's the time to go for it. I'm going to be the one leading the train, and off we go. And let's now see if that gap starts to materialise once again. If Purple Racing can find some even better times, start to open up back to the Alessia Prime team again, and then Purple Racing and DAD can start to settle in and be a little bit more relaxed at the sharp end once more. Fastest lap still the way of Purple Racing, but after Purple Racing managed to find their way through, DAD did their personal best lap of the race. So maybe it might not be so bad being the one following, and wow, instantly proven. 39.953, fastest lap of the race from Purple Racing. Their first lap out of the sharp end, and Bo Sullivan goes quickest once again. First driver down into the 39s in this race. Of course, we saw it by a few teams. Oh, sorry, no, by only our pole sitter in qualifying for DAD. Well, Purple Racing have found it now in this first stint. They almost matched the time from qualifying set by DAD, who are trying their best to hold on to the coattails of Purple Racing. But at the moment, it's not happening. 40.082 their personal best as they go within a couple of hundredths of that last time around. I think goal now is just stick on the map of kart number 5. If you can do that through to the first round of pit stops, then we'll see how things play out with strategies. But those two karts for the moment are standout performers And it does seem as though it's going to be beneficial to both of those teams that Sullivan is now the one leading the train, as both starting to find that little bit more pace as well, and consistency as well. That will be crucial throughout the rest of this race. Closing in already towards 30 minutes completed here for round number 6 of the Rye House Pro Karting Series. An interesting race already starting to bubble its way on. And I will be sure to keep you updated with all the information as best I can throughout today's proceedings. But pressing on then, still Purple Racing in the lead. And currently working together well with DAD. Let's see if that continues on. How have the gaps changed in the group behind? Oh, I say that. DAD have dropped into the 39s on the last lap. So again, new fastest lap of the race from Purple Racing. New personal best from DAD. The plan is working, lads. It is working. They are starting to gap Alessia Prime by 2 to 3 tenths of a second a lap now. And that gap nearly back up to 2 seconds once more back to Alessia Prime. So plan is indeed working. Right then, helicopter services have about 2.5 seconds to catch up to Brentwood Karting and blast their way through into the top 5 overall. Monkey going with them now. Of course, we saw them slip back a little as they were overtaken by the likes of 36 Motorsport, Brentwood Karting, helicopter services. But now they've settled in there, hanging on to that rear bumper of the number 3 as they both try and chase down second in the pro class. Brentwood Karting, like we say, just under 2.5 seconds behind, or in front, I should say, of those two chasing. Hello. Well then, like I say, almost 30 minutes in to round number 6 here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. Just had someone in the box with news I don't want to hear. Sounds as though a black iPhone 14 has gone walkabout here in the paddock at some point. So if someone has accidentally picked up a black iPhone 14, please can we return it either to its owner or over to the main building here at Rye House. If you spot a black iPhone 14 anywhere around the site, please go and hand it in. I'm sure he would be very appreciative if you did so. And if you have pocketed it and you can hear my voice, shame on you. Go and give it back. Go and give it back. That's not yours to keep. Hopefully, it's just a mistaken identity and someone's accidentally picked up the wrong phone. And if you have, please just go and hand it back. They would be very, very appreciative of that. Right then, like we say, gap continuing to increase. It was only 2 seconds when I last looked. It's now 3 seconds back to Alessia Prime. So Purple Racing and DAD continuing to do what they need to do in this race. New personal best from, who is that? 36 Racing it is, after getting past GKD. They have cleared off. And actually, it seems as though your championship winners from 2025 are the cork in the bottle here in this train of traffic. March Racing all over the back of them and going bananas with them as well. Same with Camtech. Again, they are still that lap down. But after getting past 36 Motorsport, sorry, 36 Racing, have scampered off personal best after personal best lap. And they are now 2 seconds ahead of GKD. Still, GKD not able to get under a 40.5. Consistently, 40.6s and 40.7s. Leaders consistently, 40 deads and 40.1. So about half a second off at the moment, sadly, are your defending champions. Well then, we are about to hit 30 minutes complete here for round number 6 of the Rye House Pro Karting Series in 2026. Still only one pit stop has been completed in this race by Camtech. Again, I think courtesy of their spin earlier on, and they've decided to go for a slightly different strategy. Of course, I could be totally wrong in that, and well, come and let me know in the comments box if I am totally wrong with that, but I'm sure you won't want me to tell me your strategy either way. So Camtech find themselves at the back of the order, sadly for them, but they'll be hoping for a bit more of an ascension later on as their strategy comes into play a little bit more, as that's the place to be. Sunbathing on the front of a boat. Hello to you all if you can hear me. They're having a great day. Well, sunbathing on a boat is nice, but getting sweaty behind the wheel of a cart for an hour and a half, you can't beat that. Right, let's run you through the order then with 30 minutes completed. Purple Racing, your race leaders now by almost half a second. They are doing such an impressive job at the sharp end. Bo Sullivan, classic Bo Sullivan things here from round number 6 of RHPK. DAD, your pole sitters there in second place at the moment, but now 4 seconds ahead of Alessia Prime. They are dropping Alessia Prime hand over fist now. Alessia Prime's pace has dropped off. 40.5 on the last lap versus a 40 dead and a 40.1 of the drivers that they're, well, trying to chase. Across the line we go yet again. 40.2 and 40.1. 40.2 this time from Alessia Prime, so keeps the gap the same at about 3.5 seconds to DAD in second place, but 4 seconds then back between Purple Racing and Alessia Prime. Your leaders in the Pro Class chasing them down at the moment. 36 Motorsport, 4th overall. Like I say, your leaders in the Pro Class. Second place in Pro, 5th overall for Brentwood Karting. They find themselves about 5 seconds back now from the leaders in Pro. Helicopter Services are in 6th overall with Monkey Monkey in 7th. 36 Racing, 3rd place in the Pro Class there, 8th overall. GKD Racing, the cork in the bottle still there in 9th. Leading the train of March Racing, who rounds out the top 10 and going bananas. And they're followed by DR Autos in 12th place. And then your 4 Clubman teams. That has changed around. It has. Slippery Bananas have taken the lead then in Clubman. They've gotten past Shadow Racing, but those two still following nose to tail, as I can see them now heading under the gantry to start a new lap of the race. Still about half a second between those two. Bad Racing, 3rd in the class, 15th overall. Red Spider Racing just behind them in 16th, and like we say, Camtech, the only team to have come into the pits so far in this race, 1 lap down in 17th place. But hopefully their luck will get a bit better through the rest of this one. Right, 30 minutes completed. I will be back with you in a few moments to cool you through until 1 hour completed of this race. At that point, we'll be a quarter race distance already. We fly through these Rye House Pro Karting Series races, and if you blink, you'll miss it. I hope you're all enjoying it so far, whether you're here at the circuit, whether you're watching on the YouTube channel. I hope you've been thoroughly enjoying it so far. I'll be back with you in a couple of moments. Well then, drivers continuing on, and seems as though it's been a less than ideal last few laps for team number 11. Going Bananas have been in the pits twice, I think, over the last couple of laps. They've been in, they've gone back out, they've come back in again. A 1 minute 29 and then a 1 minute 52. So both quite slow laps, sadly, for them, and looks as though maybe they're having some issues that they're struggling to get right at the moment. Hopefully we don't see them back in again, or it might be an even longer stop for Going Bananas. Let's see if they're able to carry on round. Well, that means that Camtech aren't the only ones to have pitted in this race then. So Going Bananas have now been in twice. I'll mark that by their name. And we'll try to keep up to date with that. Right, they're back out then. They're down right to the bottom. We just had a general warning coming in for Camtech. It doesn't stipulate exactly what for, but a warning in for Camtech nonetheless. So even being down the order, they're trying to gain time back. They're trying to gain track position back as well, which is they're entitled to do so. No blue flags here in RHPK. But still, they've got to be careful. They don't want to get themselves a penalty while they're coming through the order and make their day go from bad to worse here. But looking further up the order then, Alessia Prime, we said about them, just dropping off the pace of your race leaders out of the sharp end. Well, that's continued, and as we continue, we head on to a new lap of racing. They have now been caught by the 36 Motorsport team. So your race leaders in the Pro class. Sorry about that live stream. Sorry about that. Oh, a quick coughing fit for John in the comms box there. It's pretty warm up here. Sorry about that. As I was saying, your leaders in the Pro class, 36 Motorsport, have had brilliant pace. Really, since we sort of settled in after, say, lap 5, 6, around there. Once they've settled in, they've closed up to the back of Alessia Prime, hand over fist. It's now a quarter of a second between third and fourth on the road. And this would put 36 Motorsport into an overall top 3. And of course, you've got to remember, points are done on overall position, not position in your class. So despite it being an overtake of a pro kart, or a pro class kart, getting past a super pro class kart, it would still mean more positions for one and, more points for one and less points for the other. So this will have an effect on the championship for both of these teams. I much prefer that addition. Adds to the jeopardy of the field. And it just means when things go wrong, they go very wrong in our HPK, because not only now do you drop to the back of your class, you drop to the back of the field in terms of points, and that's going to really hamper things for the championship and for the rest of the season. Well, it seems like a matter of when, not if, here that 36 Motorsport will find a way through. They will soon enough head onto a new lap, and we'll see whether they can do just that. Looking further back, though, of course, we saw the sister team, 36 Racing, getting past GKD a little while ago. Well, another pro class team is through on GKD Racing. March Racing getting past a number of laps ago now. They're up into 9th place overall and 4th place in the pro class. They find themselves, 5 seconds, almost 6 seconds actually behind 36 Racing now. Who themselves are about 4 seconds off the back of the next train. That being Helicopter Services and Monkey Monkey, who are still working together to try and close up to Brentwood Karting. But easier said than done. Brentwood have been a very impressive squad. I remember when they joined us to start this season, popped into the Clubman class, and they absolutely blew everyone out the water. They were so quick, and understandably so. Their first time all racing together in a team. A lot of their first time ever doing an endurance race. And they were brilliant. Brilliant. So understandable for their first ever time, you would think, put them in Clubman, see how they do. Well, they were immediately thrust straight up into the pro class, weren't they? Immediately. They were on it. And they didn't need any further time to work out the intricacies of an endurance race. They jumped straight in, were straight on the pace, and were making positions up like they were going out of style. So understandable that they were bumped up a class immediately. And, well, they're still... I'll head back over to my notes. But I'm pretty sure, off the top of my head, they're still leading the class in Pro. Well, I'm glad I checked my notes because that's totally wrong, John. Good effort from me. It's third in the class. In my defence, they're very close to second. There's only 1 point in it between Ulverston Autos and Brentwood Karting. Now, Ulverston Autos not out here racing with us today, so this will end up being their dropped score. So I think Brentwood will definitely jump ahead of Ulverston Autos after today. But they do find themselves 9 points behind 36 Motorsport going into today. And, well, that is the only card ahead of them at the moment. So although they might jump up into second ahead of Ulverston Autos, the gap looking at the moment like it will increase between the two at the sharp end in the pro class in terms of overall championship position. But remember, karting, like we say, first ever season doing endurance racing, and they've done an incredible job. And still batting for the championship in the secondary class. That is awesome work from kart number 32. And they seemingly have just put a lap on number 24, Red Spider Racing. So your leaders now have put a lap on Shadow Racing, Bad Racing, Red Spider Racing, Camtech, and Going Bananas. It's only Slippery Bananas out of the Clubman squad that have not yet had a lap put on them. But it is them next in line to be overtaken by Bo Sullivan. So we shall wait and see how long that takes. And now looking back to those two leaders, it is Purple Racing with a nice sizable gap now. They've just put in the fastest lap of the race, a 39.883 for Purple Racing. What a lap. And around this layout anyway, I'm told on my live timing that it is a new lap record around this layout. What a lap from Bo Sullivan. And he is consistently now in the 39s. 2 laps ago then, that 39.883. And on the last lap, which wasn't his fastest, was still almost the second fastest time of the session so far. Bo Sullivan has got a fire lit underneath him here today. And he wants to drag that Purple Racing squad further clear in the championship. Well, Bo is a very experienced driver. Of course, driver coaches Bo. Races not only here in 4-stroke pro karts, but in 2-stroke senior Rotax racing as well. And I imagine racing these after racing in a 2-stroke feels almost like you're racing in slow motion. Very different style of racing as well. So to be competitive in both, I use pretty interchangeably between the two. But I was shouted at by someone on Instagram saying that go-karting is only down by the seaside. And that's the rubbish thing. Proper karting is just karting. I don't know. I'll leave that up to you guys. I'm going to use both interchangeably, and if it annoys people, unlucky. Unlucky. Let me know in the live chat what you think. Right then. Have we had someone in the pits? Monkey, we have. Oh, they're still in the pits. Oh, dear. Monkey are still in the pits. So, commiserations for the 37. Yeah, I can see them getting pushed backwards. Is that back to a kart stand? Is that back to the paddock? I hope not. Seems to be just getting back into their bay in the pits. But yeah, oh dear, they've been in the pits for a couple of laps now, have Monkey. Of course, they were settled in there in 7th place, right behind Helicopter Services. Well, that's bumped everyone else behind them up a spot as 37 come in for an unscheduled stop. Hopefully, whatever it is, they can get sorted relatively quickly and back out onto the black stuff. But driver standing looking bemused and hoping he gets a thumbs up soon enough to hop behind the wheel of his chariot once more and try and get back stuck in. But by the time they get back out, they're going to be, well, at least 4 or 5 laps down here. It's going to be a real challenging one to get any points back from this race, and such a frustrating position to find yourself in so early on in this race. We're not yet at 1 hour completed. We're still about 12 minutes until we get to that spot, and then we'll be a quarter race distance into this one. But yeah, a real shame already then for the 37. Team in the top class are running pretty well off of the race start, and it's all gone wrong. They drop to the back of the order. What we say then, every driver behind them gains a position, and that brings DR Autos back into the top 10 overall. Of course, DR Autos, your champions of the Clubman class in 2025, made the move up into the pro class for this season. They currently sit in 4th place in pros going into today. 10 points behind the Brentwood Karting chaps. I don't think it'll be enough of a swing for them to move ahead of the Ulverston Autos squad. It would depend on how this score compares to their worst score from earlier in the season, which is too much maths for me to work out at the moment. It's too warm for that kind of mental arithmetic. But anyway, wow, I've just seen that time from Purple Racing. My goodness, 39.773. We have blown that qualifying pole time out of the water now, haven't we? And like we say, let's look at the consistency from Bo behind the wheel. That is crazy looking back at his previous laps. Wow. So, looking back, 39.8, 39.9, 39.9, 39.9, 40 dead, 39.7, 39.9, 39.8, 39.9, 40.1, 39.9, 39.9. The consistency from Bo out the sharp end of the field, and he's consistently fastest as well. He is now almost every lap down in the 39s, and only three other karts in this race have at any point got into the 39s, that being DAD, Alessia Prime, and Brentwood Karting now, a 39.931 for them. So a lovely lap as they try and continue to close in that 5 seconds to 36 Motorsport. Well, 36 Motorsport have been on the back of Alessia Prime for quite some time now, as he can't hear me. There's no way. There was a little wave. I think it was the team members on the pit wall there. It's just a hello. Well, what I was saying, I don't know. But either way, he clearly is pretty happy behind the car because it's been a great first stint for the 36 Motorsport squad. And like we say, being right on the back of the overall top three here, as they more than likely, in the not too distant future, head into that first stop of the race. Really nice position to be in. They're now overtaking a few of the back markers to boot as well. Oh dear, 24 is in. Red Spider Racing are into the pits. And again, doesn't look like a scheduled pit stop for them. A lot of people diving into action there on that kart. So although I'll mark them down as one trip into the pits completed, it doesn't look like one they were wishing to do. That's all of them looking down at, trying to spot where they're looking at. Is it the engine? Is it further forward? I think it's further forward. Looks more like they're looking nearer the steering, or maybe something a bit further back from that. Either way, that kart's not a happy bunny, and they've got a bit of work to do to even just get the kart back on circuit, let alone get that time back that they are now losing at a considerable rate, as the tools are running to assist as well. See if we can get the 24 back out onto the circuit. Well, like we say, they're stepping down now. They step behind Going Bananas, who have had their issues earlier on in this race, and Monkey, where they are still in the pits. So the 37 and the 24 at the moment, currently stricken in the pit lane. Never what we want to see, but I think really an inevitability of endurance racing. Things aren't always going to go smoothly, and at the moment, struggles for those two. Well, Monkey have just headed back out of the pit lane, so they do head back out onto the circuit. There's number 37. As I say that, they've not crossed the line yet. I've definitely left where the kart was a second ago. So I'm waiting for them to... There we go. They come under the gantry and they cross the timing beam. That was a 7 minute and 5 second lap time, guys. Not quite fastest lap of the race, but only about 6 minutes and 25 seconds off. We'll get there. No, honestly, impressive. I didn't see what the issue was there, but it was clearly something quite substantial there for the Monkey squad. So good to see that they have made it back out on circuit. Sadly for them, though, they do find themselves now 10 laps down off of your race leaders. A real shame for the drivers in the Super Pro class. Let's see what they can do. Like I say, still just over 3 hours left to go in this race. There's time to do something, but 10 laps is, certainly a tough margin to get back. Issue now for Red Spider Racing is that only kart that was also stricken in the pits is back out on circuit. So now, if that issue continues, they're going to drop into last place. So let's see how quickly they can get whatever it is sorted. It does look as though they're looking down at the steering column, or maybe the fuel tank, potentially, the issue down there. That's seemingly the area of the car that they're looking at, and they are going to work down there. They are doing all that they can to get that car back out on circuit as soon as possible. Well then, still consistent 39s here from Purple Racing. We saw for that first that first 20 to 30 minutes after Purple Racing decided that the time was right to get past DAD, and well, we can already tell Bo Sullivan that was the right decision to go for it when he did and stop pushing the DAD car around, because he has pulled well clear. 4 seconds now it is between Purple Racing and DAD. Yeah, by that first pit stop, I might have around 5, 6, 7 seconds in the lead, which will just help to then be a little bit more relaxed for that first round of pit stops. But again, we'll have to wait and see which teams decide to go for that fuel early, who leaves it a little bit later on in the race, and which strategy ends up being the better one by the time we get through to the checkered flag, whether there is any serious difference, whether it's really quite marginal, or whether there is no real difference at all. Of course, unlikely we're going to see any changes in the weather throughout today. We're going to be enjoying some bright sunshine and clear skies throughout today. And that, of course, nullifies the strategy somewhat. We're really focusing on that fuel strategy of when you take it on. And, of course, the lap times that then incurred, because you're going to be going a bit slower when you've got a car that has a full tank on board. So when you go for it as well, you want to maximise that clear air space with maybe some low fuel and maybe high fuel in another area of the race. But again, I don't know what the best strategy is, and that's why I'm up here in the commentary box shouting about it, and you're the smart ones down there trackside actually working out what you need to do. So best of luck. We'll see which strategy turns out to be the best one when we get through to the end of the race. I'm still marginally jealous of everyone going past on the boats here today. What a lovely day to be out on a vessel. Hello to all of you passing by the Rye House Kart Raceway. I hope you have a lovely day wherever it is you're off to. Hello. Hello down there. Lots of love. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hello. You're missing out, though. It's a great race going on in here. I can't hear you. You're behind a pane of glass. You won't be able to hear me. But have a nice day. We'll see you later. Right then, I will stop looking at boats and start looking at karts a little bit more. Drivers continuing on round. As only 4 minutes to go until we hit that first hour completed here for round number 6. And Purple Racing, with that, almost 4-second gap out front. Alessia Prime, 10 seconds it is now back from your leader, back to Alessia Prime. But they're keeping 36 Motorsport at arm's length at the moment. So they've been doing a lovely job in, your leaders in the Pro class and 4th place overall still. And like we say, if they can stay where they are, they're going to gain some great points for the championship fight and look to continue to press on in the championship. Easier said than done. There's plenty of time to go, but they've started this race how they mean to go on. And no real urgency to get past Alessia Prime, which is probably the right thing really at the moment. Of course, they've been cutting through the back markers, like we say. So just keeping consistent pace and keeping where they are seems to be a good strategy for the moment. I've got to say, I've never seen anyone so reclined as I see the driver of the Bad Racing Squad on the 39. That is a tall driver. I've seen some tall drivers behind the wheel of pro karts, but I've never seen someone's knees almost up and over the as they go side by side into the barriers goes Bad Racing. Well, that's moved the barriers down through the second part of the S's. As we were saying earlier on that it would be surprising if anyone went side by side through there. It surprised me, and it did end up with someone in the barriers. Luckily for Bad Racing, it seemed to be a glancing blow more on the rear axle. Hopefully that hasn't damaged anything for them. But again, the very tall driver has made a move. So 39 is past the 88. That's a change of position. Second place now in the Clubman class, for Bad Racing, and that is 12th on the road for them. But yeah, I've never seen someone's knees almost up to the same height as the top of the NASA panel and the steering wheel. That's a very tall driver behind the wheel for them. That cannot be very comfortable for, well, they've nearly been in the car for an hour now, driving, sitting like that, like you're low-riding a Cadillac from the 70s. That's quite the seating position. But anyway, it's working at the moment, isn't it? They're putting in some good pace. And they've just made up a position up into second in the class. So I cannot fault the driver there for Bad Racing. Now, I believe that's one of the... I think they're new for this round. I do believe so, because I know that one of the drivers has a potential fractured rib. Now, I know it's one of the... I'm pretty sure you two are twins. You have to correct me. I know you're brothers, Ben and Alex. Sorry, guys, but you look very similar. I don't know which one I was talking to. Sorry, Ben and Alex. That's really bad of me. I'm really sorry. But it was one of them who cannot race today, sadly, or, well, has their kit with them just in case they need to drive, just in case. But I think they've made way for today at least, and they're focused on the spanners. As I think it's Ben who isn't racing today. I think we've got Alex Ems behind the wheel, Oliver Sweetman, and Ollie Brunel White. So 2 Ollies taking over down at Bad Racing, and it's one of those Ollies that's behind the wheel at the moment. We'll call him Tall Ollie, is behind the wheel now. And, well, I don't know the height of the other Ollie, but hopefully he's not as tall, otherwise it's going to be difficult to associate the two. Either way, they continue on through this first part of the race. Sadly, work's still going on there down for the 24. This is a big job for Red Spider Racing down in the dummy grid. A real shame for them as they continue to slip further behind. They're now 18 laps behind your race leader, and that's only going to continue to increase. A real shame. Well, they were hoping for positive things as I chatted with them off of the race start. Hasn't quite gone that way, sadly, for them. A real shame. Right, then as we tick down, we have now completed our first hour of the race here at Rye House. Rye House Pro Karting Series. First hour for round number 6 is complete. So as we come to 1 hour complete, I will run you through the order. But once again, to remind you, I've not been told that it has been found, so remind you again, a black iPhone 14 has gone walkabout. Please, guys, if we spot it around the site, if you happen to accidentally pick it up, please hand it back into the main building or to its rightful owner. That would be really appreciated. A black iPhone 14. Keep your eyes peeled, please, around the site here today, guys. Right then, 3 hours left to go here for round number 6 of RHPK. And as we hit that hour mark, as we would have expected, who is our mark? Either way, drivers are coming into the pits. We are having our first drivers deciding to go for it on strategy. Into the fuel bay then already. As who is it in the pits? It's Helicopter Services. Your number 3 who is into the pit lane. So while I write that down, they get to work. So number 3 of Helicopter Services in for their first stop, and I will try and keep a note as to who's taking fuel as well. That is going to be very difficult. That's going to be impossible, but I will try nonetheless. Right. So, currently I have it down that Helicopter Services have completed 1 stop and they took fuel. Then I have 1 stop completed for Going Bananas, 1 stop completed for Red Spider Racing. They're still there, sadly. 1 stop completed for Monkey Monkey and 1 stop completed for Camtech. So 1 completed out of the necessary for those teams. Right, with 3 hours left to go, here is what your running order likes. Now, of course, Helicopter Services have dropped further down. They're the only one to make a, should we say, quote-unquote, proper pit stop so far in this race. So, to run you through the order, which I will do in a moment's time. Hello. You found it? I found it. Fantastic. Putting it in someone else's bag. Oh, classic. Thank you. Classic. No problem at all. No problem at all. Right, well then, I will run through the running order then as we have 3 hours left to go, but I have now been informed that the iPhone has been found. Thank goodness. It was the classic of someone moved it to a safer spot, but did not inform the owner. Classic. Thank goodness we found it nonetheless. Right, no need to worry about an iPhone. We can put that out of our mind. So, with 3 hours left to go, Purple Racing in the lead of the race. Consistently your fastest team out there on the black stuff. DAD. Second overall at the moment, now 4 seconds off the back of your race leaders. Alessia Prime still 3rd overall and 3rd in the class. They have had the race leaders of 36 Motorsport, keeping them in check for the last 30 minutes or so. 36 Motorsport, 4th overall, still leading in the pro class. Brentwood Karting and 36 Racing. Right behind them now, 2nd and 3rd in the class. March Racing, 7th overall, 4th in the pro class. GKD Racing down in 8th still not quite able to find the pace they're looking for. They have dropped to a 40.2 now in this race, but consistently just not quite able to find the pace of the karts in the same class as them. DR Autos are just behind them, and then it's Slippery Bananas, your race leaders in the Clubman class, who round out the overall top 10. Bad Racing, 2nd in Clubman, 11th overall. Shadow Racing, 3rd in Clubman, 12th overall. Then it's Helicopter Services behind in 13th. They've made their first proper stop of the race. Camtech with an early stop as well. Sorry, I'd forgotten about that. Camtech have made a proper stop as well, I think, but they went really early on that first stop to try and do a bit of an alternative strategy. Well, after Helicopter Services made that first stop, Camtech were only... Oh, I say that. No, I've got that wrong. They're a further lap, aren't they, behind? So, no, maybe it's not quite working yet for them. We'll have to wait and see a bit further on as to how that materialises. But Camtech just behind in 14th. Going Bananas with issues so far. 15th for them. Monkey with some serious issues earlier on. 16th for them. And Red Spider Racing still with issues. Oh dear, the cart's on the cart stand and it's getting pushed back to the paddock. That's a real shame for Red Spider Racing. It looks as though they are not going to be back out on circuit at any time in the near future. Back to the paddock goes to 24. They've clearly done what they can down there in the dummy grid, but whatever it is, the issue not being able to be fixed, back to the paddock they go. That's a real shame. Right then, with 1 hour completed, we've lost one kart from this race already. We're down to 16 runners here for round number 6 of the Right House Pro Karting Series in 2026. We'll be back in a few moments to give you some more updates as more drivers are diving into the pit lane. These first round of pit stops could really shake up the order. I'll be keeping my eyes on stalks while I have a little bit of a sip of water to make sure I keep an eye on who is coming into that pit lane. I'll be back with you in a couple of moments. Well then, I will continue with my water break in just a second. Your race leaders are into the pits. Purple Racing have gone for it. First pit stop then completed for them. And let's make sure I have that down. Right, Purple Racing. First stop completed. And there was fuel put on board as well. And back out on circuit go Purple Racing. They cross the timing beam and they come out in 9th place overall. A 1 minute 35 total for that one. Let's compare that because, of course, we just had a fuel stop for Shadow Racing. Oh, I can't see their laps. What? What? Why can't I see their laps? Well, I can't compare. Sorry, everyone. Because I can't seem to see their last laps. That's very weird. Don't tell me it updates when they come into the pits. It might do, you know. Let's click on Purple Racing. It does. Oh, what? It updates and I can only see the last 2 laps. That's so annoying. Oh, well, that's infuriating. Right, well, I can't compare because timing doesn't tell me. So, great. Cheers, timing. I don't know if that was a good stop or not for Purple Racing. It seemed pretty slick to me. The teams are all jumping into action and assisting as best they can. I think I will double check out the window. But I think Bo continued on behind the wheel. Where have they gone? I can't find them. Where's the number 5? Number 5. There they are. No, ignore me. Ignore me. Bo has not carried on. He has indeed changed over. I think, is that Jarrett behind the wheel now, potentially? As I look down my running order. Right, Purple Racing, yes. Bo Sullivan, Taylor Jarrett, and Clayton Ravenscroft behind the wheel for them today. Clayton Ravenscroft, good to see him down at RHPK. Is that the first time that Clayton has been down here? At least with me commentating, I do think it is. Clayton, I've been enjoying commentating over in the British Pro Kart Championship, a national championship across the UK of sprint racing in these pro karts. The racing in it is awesome, and the grids are massive. So exciting, the racing over at BPC. And yeah, it's been good to see Clayton batting at the sharp end. Clayton had the most amazing race back at Shennington. That's got to be, what, 3 months ago or so now? He had a really, really impressive race, did Clayton, in very wet conditions. It basically went from bone dry to monsoon conditions across the race. As they're in again. Purple Racing are in again. Okay. Well, no fuel this time. So 2 stops, one of them for fuel. Is it issues? It is. It is issues for the number 5. Wow, this is going to blow this race wide open, ladies and gentlemen. I thought maybe it was a bit of a slick strategy here of a quick fuel stop and then immediately banking another stop. But no, straight in for the number 5. Well, it looks as though they've had a quick look at it, and Taylor is getting quickly wheeled down to the end of the pit lane. He'll jump up and up. They'll get those engines back on, and it will be Taylor Jarrett back into the hot seat for Purple Racing. Well, that was unscheduled. Stop completed. And where do they come out now? They cross the timing beam in 13th place. Another 1 minute 45 laps. So that was, yeah, that was slower, wasn't it, than the lap done previously with fuel taken on board. So a little bit of checking down, trying to see the issue. It looked as though it might have been something to do with the right side engine, potentially. Oh, well, either way, that has certainly changed the strategy somewhat here for Purple Racing. So they rejoin in 13th place. DAD, of course, had already been gifted the lead when they came in for their first scheduled stop for fuel. Well, that has really changed up things. Right, who do we have in now? It's Bad Racing who are in now. The number 39 pits from 2nd place in the Clubman class. So first stop for them, and I did see they did take on fuel. Purple Racing will put a 1 and an F by their name. And then your defending champions are in as well. Number 1, GKD Racing are in. So they pit from, it was 7th place overall by the time they peeled into the pits. So team number 1 in for their first stop of the race. And indeed, it is fuel on board for them also. I think over the course of the 4 hours, I'm trying to remember, it's been a few months since I commentated over RHPK. I want to say the drivers only need to do that refueling once. I don't think there's any mandatory of it, how many times you have to refuel. It's just you'll get yourself to the end of the race. That's all you need to do. And, of course, make sure you're within the weight limits at the checkered flag as well. But I don't believe any necessity for those fuel stops during the race anyway. Now, I'm going to have to dive into my notes and double-check again how many pit stops are necessary through the race. I believe it is 3, but it could be 2. I will double-check that information, and I will make sure I get that right over the airways in a few moments' time. But, wow. Purple Racing, then. Fastest lap of the race, and with Bo Sullivan behind the wheel, we're consistently your fastest team out there by quite some margin. Well, this has really put a spanner in the works for them, hasn't it? Really has. Let's see how it plays out. Brentwood Karting lot are in now as well, the 32. So they've come in for some fuel as well. Let's put that down. Brentwood Karting. So it seems as though all of the teams that have come in for more scheduled stops, all taking on fuel here with 1 hour completed. Now I'm second guessing myself. That was Brentwood, wasn't it? It was, yeah, the 32. Suddenly, for some reason, I thought that was March Racing. As oh, is that an engine off for 32? There was a lean over to check. Yes, the left engine's off. The left engine is off for Brentwood Karting. A slap of the wheel in frustration, and they know they're going to have to come back into the pits. Well, if you can hear me from Brentwood Karting, your driver's coming back in. That left engine is not on. They leaned over to double check, and yeah, frustrations. They smacked the steering wheel, and they're straight back into the pits. So there you go. Brentwood Karting again, another team doing very well so far in this race. And a little issue sees them back into the pits and time wasted. Well, they pitted from 2nd in the class, 4th overall. They rejoined 8th in the class, 5th overall, and they're back into the pits again. Driver hops up and out and going to help the team push that down to the end of the pit lane. But of course, team members tasked with getting those engines on at the end of the pits. They're going to make extra sure that this is on this time heading back out. But of course, you can always have the thing of it, it's on. You get the engine on, but as soon as it heads out the pits, it dies. And then it's very difficult for the driver to get it restarted. I have seen in the past some drivers able to get it restarted while they're moving, but that takes some serious gymnastic effort from these drivers. I certainly am not flexible enough to put on such a show. And yeah, clearly the driver feeling the same there for Brentwood Karting. They have headed back out, it seems. Yep, they're back out on circuit at Brentwood Karting. But again, another team with some small issues. We were settling into this race and it looked as though, I never want to say it an hour into an RHBK race because I know I'm going to end up having to bite my tongue. But it looked as though it might be okay with settling in here. The teams who are pulling away are the ones I expect. It's kind of playing out as I thought it would. Well, we've had some serious reshufflings, haven't we, here? To the end of the first hour, and as we press on through the second hour, yeah, this is proving to be very, very interesting. Right then, another team are in. Is it March Racing? It is. So the 53 in March Racing are in. They've completed their first fuel stop as well, so I will mark that down. And I think they'll be coming in for a driver change as well. So new driver in for them. Well then, these first stops flooding in now, aren't they? They really are flooding in. Still, DAD though, your pole sitters, they've now completed 113 laps of the Rye House Kart Raceway, and they are yet to pit. They now find themselves about 10 seconds clear of Alessia Prime in 2nd place. But again, remember, Purple Racing that they were battling with have had those issues. So really, DAD and Alessia Prime should jump ahead here, but we can't count out that they won't have their own issues themselves on this first round of pit stops. Let's see how long DAD and Alessia Prime push this first stint. And can they push all the way through and really extend this fuel a little bit further? We shall wait and see. Well then, more drivers coming into the pit lane. It all started to kick off as we hit that second hour of proceedings, didn't it? Those strategies now coming into play. As this time, I think that's Alessia Prime, isn't it, in? If I'm not mistaken, it is. So Alessia Prime, number 42, pits from 2nd overall. And Alessia Prime, they'll be hoping this is a slick stop. If it is, they might just be able to jump ahead here of your championship leaders. Let's see where they head back out from then. Right, a 1 and an F by their name. They have taken some fuel on board. They are currently taking some fuel on board. So to the end of the pit goes the number 42. And it will be driver out, new driver in for them. It is Ryan Bonner and Callum Stern who share the number 42 throughout today's proceedings. I think it has been those two who have shared it throughout the year so far as well. Can't quite spot who has got out and who has got in. But either way, a good first stint. I think it's Ryan that's got out. I could be totally wrong. That's a 50-50 guess there from John. Either way, good first stint from them. And like we say, they have come back out well ahead of Purple Racing after that first stop. After they are effectively on the same strategy now. Let's see how things play out through to the end of the race. Who's this in now? The number 6, DR Autos, are in as well. So another team getting a stop done and getting some fuel back on board. I do find it helps to have some fuel in the tank. So drivers making sure they've got enough for this next stint of the race. And back out on circuit goes the DR Autos car. That was a pretty slick stop from them. They might challenge March Racing here. They come back out of the pits under the gantry. When's it going to be for DR Autos? They were getting pushed out the pits a few seconds ago. There they go under the gantry. They find themselves 8 seconds behind March Racing as they rejoin. So that will be 4th place in class. And courtesy of Brentwood Karting's issues, DR Autos have leapfrogged them there. in that first round of pits. So March Racing and GR Auto is now well ahead of Brentwood Karting. Brentwood with 3.5 seconds to find to catch DR Autos. And of course, DR Autos are into that first lap back out on circuit with a new driver. So they'll be settling it over this first lap. I can imagine that gap will close up again between DR Autos and Brentwood Karting. And your previous race leaders of Purple Racing are right there in that squabble as well. So I imagine those drivers have gone through. As back in the pit. Who was that? Was that Alessia Prime back in the pits? I couldn't quite spot it. Who's in? No, it's DAD. It's DAD on the number 7, is it? DAD are in. So I might have just mistaken there. Sorry to every supporter of Alessia Prime. I've just scared you silly. No, I think they are still out there. To the... Oh, no, so it is the number 6, is it? Ah, yeah, it is. So DR Autos are in again. So it was someone coming back in. I was right. DR Autos are back in with issues. Oh, dear. Well, that's a real shame for DR Autos. Like I say, a slick stop. They gained that position. They've had a good race so far. Clearly, whatever it was, a relatively speedy fix as they're now pushed back down to the end of the pit lane again. Have I totally missed DAD in the pits? I think I have, you know. I think I've totally missed them. How have I managed that? Well, a 1 minute 34 is a very similar stop to fuel stops we've seen already. So I'm going to assume that was a fuel stop for DAD as well. So I'll pop that down. But yeah, just shows how speedy drivers come into the pits and get things sorted and back out. I've almost missed them there totally. There you go then. DAD make the stop. They re-emerge 3rd overall, but well clear of their closest rivals. Alessia Prime, 5th overall. About 8 seconds. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, 8 seconds back from DAD as DAD re-emerge onto the circuit. But like we say, biggest talking point then, Purple Racing for that first round of stops, dropping down the order. And same with Brentwood Karting. Those two, nose to tail almost. 5 seconds between them, but they're both trying to cut their way through the order and find themselves back near the sharp end a little bit later on. Into the pits comes another driver. Now that to me looked like DAD, but I mean, I got that wrong before, so don't trust me. Who is it? To the fuel bay they go. It's 36 Motorsport. It is, oh, well, it's one of them. It's 36 Racing. I knew it was one of the two. 36 or 63. I think it is the 63 car that is in, though, at the fuel bay. Yes, it is. So 63 then in for their first pit stop of the race. 36 Racing. One with fuel completed. Right. So they're in for a fuel stop now as well. And again, I think we'll see a few more teams start to trickle in. So how many have I had so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 carts have been in at least once so far in this race. As I say that, another team is in. That's Monkey, I think, again in for a stop. They've, of course, been in already, but it was for not a planned stop. This time they're in again, and they're taking some fuel on board, our Monkey. So, again, 15 of the teams completed the stop. It was 15, I said, wasn't it? Yeah. So 2 that haven't. And I'm trying to see who that is. 36 Motorsport and Slippery Bananas. They're the only 2 teams that we haven't yet had into the pit lane. So 36 Motorsport in the overall race lead at the moment, and Slippery Bananas overall 3rd position for your Clubman team. So I expect to see those 2 in the pits soon enough. Monkey to the end of the pit lane. That fuel stop is done and dusted. They'll have a new driver, hopping on board. A new jumper. You don't want to be wearing a jumper today. Way too warm for that. It's sun cream on for today. That's why I'm hiding here in the commentary box today, because I burn within about 60 seconds of being out in the sunshine. I am a secret ginger. And it doesn't work well for me. It doesn't. So, comms box is the best place for me. As another team is in, driver dives to the floor. I think that's Camtech that are in again, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. So 50 are in. And again, similar story to what we just saw with Monkey. They're a team that has had issues earlier on in the race. Now in for their first proper stop in quotation marks. And they're in getting some fuel on board. And again, these 2 teams, 36 Motorsport and Slippery Bananas, have now been behind the wheel for 125 laps and almost 1.5 hours. behind the wheel of a pro car. That's amazing, especially in the 25-degree heat that we have here today in Hoddesdon. It's lovely. It's a lovely day to be out sunbathing in the garden or on the front of a vessel, as we've seen a few people going past in the river behind us. Not such a nice day to be out behind the wheel of a car with fireproof overalls on. But there we go. You lot are mental. And I know you're all thoroughly enjoying it. I've done the same. I've raced my Fun Cup car in 38-degree heat before. That was a horrible experience. But it is weird, isn't it? Because when you're off track, it is horrible. And especially when you're sort of waiting to get in, it's so hot with your stuff on. But once you're into the kart or the car, whatever it is you're racing, you do start to forget it. Now, I always found when I was in fresh air and on my own, I started to think about it a bit more. I didn't like it. I much preferred being in a train of karts, or a train of cars even, and I could focus on what I had to do, and I didn't really think about the heat too much. When I started getting a bit more space in the brain to be able to think of other things, that's when those thoughts would creep in, and I'd start to throw myself off a little bit. So keeping metronomic in this kind of heat and keeping your brain focused on the task at hand, really challenging to do. So I've got to give those shout out to the teams who are continuing to be so consistent despite the current length of those stints. Speaking of which, though, more teams are in. The 36 Racing Squad have... oh, sorry, no, they were already in. That's where my confusion is coming from. Right, apologies. They had already come in. Who's come in then? It's Slippery Bananas. That's who it is. The 12 that have come in for fuel. So we will write that one down as well. Slippery Bananas. One stop complete on one of those. Oh, one stop complete, and that stop was for fuel. So fuel completed for them as well. I think I'm doing an okay job here of keeping up to date with this, but I'm sure it'll fall away at some point later on. So 36 Motorsport then, still leading the way, and still the only team to have not given us a pit stop so far in this race. Where will they emerge? Will this lengthening of the stint help them jump spots, or will we find that the drivers who are fresh into the kart are able to eat that little bit more pace out and maybe drop 36 down a few positions? Well, we're about to find out. Into the pits comes 36 Motorsport, and once this stop is done, we will have had one pit stop at least from all of the drivers and all of the teams here racing today for round 6 of our HPK. Into the bay will come 36 Motorsport then, and into the fuel bay they go. Right then, let's write that down. Our last team on my list. 36. And in they come. Let's hope for them, for their sake, it's a relatively speedy stop, and we shall see whether they can gain a couple of positions from this. Where do they end up? Right then, let's have a count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yes, I've got all teams down. This is going relatively well here in the comms box for once. Right then, 36 with a pretty speedy stop, I must say. Driver's going to be hopping out after a monstrous first stint. 1 hour and 1 hour and 26 minutes behind the wheel of that car. That is an aggressive stint. Fair play to that driver. New driver hops in, exits the pits. Where will they end up? It's 3rd overall for 36 Motorsport. Still leading in the clubman class. And well, that first round of pit stops has worked out very well for the 36 squad, because they now find themselves in a 1-2 in the pro class. 36 Motorsport, 3rd overall, leading the pro class overall. 2nd in class, Shallow Racing. 3rd in class, Bad Racing there, 11th and 12th respectively. Across the line, no, they are. They are a lap down, sorry. So they're almost 2 laps down then on DAD. Wow. Purple Racing have a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. Taylor Jarrett is going to have the bit between his teeth for the rest of this stint. Try and find some more time and close up, as he is pointing forward now. I think he's just gotten past the Camtech car on circuit and wants to work together to try and close back up. Well, let's see at the end of this hour quite where they materialise themselves. Behind them, sorry, we already counted down through the top 3 in Clubman's. Behind them is Camtech in 13th, going Bananas 14th, Theo Autos 15th, Monkey 16th, and still sadly, our only car not in the race, the 24 of Red Spider Racing, now 60 laps down and still stuck in the paddock. A real shame for them. Wow. Well, 1.5 hours of the race now completed. 2.5 hours of the race still to go. And this has not played out as I thought it might. real reshuffling of the order there through the first round of pit stops. And let's see how it is when we get to half race distance. 30 minutes until we get there. Thank you all so much for joining us here, whether you're here in person or watching on the live stream. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage of the race action so far. I will be back with you in a couple of moments. My water break was cut short there by that first round of pit stops, but it was very exciting. Very exciting. So I had to cover that, but I'll go for a little break then. I'll be back with you in a few moments once I've got a bit more liquids on board. And drivers, don't forget to do the same as well. It is very, very warm and toasty here at Hoddesdon today. And whether you're racing, whether you're watching, keep those liquids up, guys. Keep yourself feeling all good, ready for your drive home later today. But plenty of time to go until we look forward onto that. And again, make sure you do join us over for the podium presentation over in the main building once the race comes to a close as well. Then 2.5 hours left to go. And at the moment, it's your pole sitters, DAD, who lead us on. Hello, hello. I am back. Hello. I've got to say, Tesco have outdone themselves today with that chicken and bacon lettuce sandwich. That was fantastic, but I've been keeping my eyes on the timing screen, nonetheless. Alessia Prime have been catching your race leaders of DAD so quickly, really quickly. The gap was sort of 4 seconds, then it went to 3, then it went to 2, then it went to 1, and now it is 7/10 of a second between DAD and Alessia Prime here as they head on round lap 147. So around the final corner they come. They're catching the 63, the 36 Racing Squad, and the Red Spider Racing car, which again, way! Red Spider Racing are back out on the circuit. That's good to see. They're 63 laps down. But hey, they're back out on circuit, and that is all that matters for the moment. Good to see Red Spider. They did get the whatever the issue was sorted. It clearly took some time, but they have got it sorted, and they do head back out on circuit. Just as I say that, we've got a change with the leading clubmans. Bad Racing have just got past. They have, look at that. Bad Racing through on Slippery Bananas. Well, that's a change to the leading clubman. They are through, and yeah, that was because on the last lap, Bad Racing were 9/10 of a second quicker than Slippery Bananas. That is a huge chasm. Wow. Fair play to Bad Racing. Well, they're into the leading class, and it looks on those times anyway that we expect them to continue to scamper off at the sharp end there, and well, they'll look to try and gain up some more places overall, which would of course mean more points towards their tally as they look to continue to extend that gap that they have at the front of the championship in Clubman. Right then, where have our leaders gone again? I've lost them again. There they are, round the final corner. Absolutely nose to tail now as they chase down Red Spider Racing. Now, could Red Spider Racing maybe be a bit of assistance here to Alessia Prime? Both, it was Ryan and Callum, wasn't it, for Alessia Prime? Yes, Ryan and Callum as down the inside goes Alessia Prime. But a bit too deep on the brakes that time. A little bit too aggressive on the first time of asking for the 42. Late up the inside down at hairpin number 1, but it didn't work. They ran a little bit too wide. And calmly, as you like, DAD drove back through, back into the lead. But they are stuck through the very tight and twisty section of this circuit. Here behind the 24 of Red Spider Racing. Onto the front straight they go once more. And can Alessia Prime get any sort of run here down into Stadium Bend? I think it'll be a bit too far back this time of asking. They both managed to get through on Red Spider Racing. That needed to happen. Well, this will assist Alessia Prime, if nothing else. A bit more fresh air, and they've clearly shown already that in fresh air, they've got a bit of extra pace here comparatively with the DAD car. DAD have led, of course, since those issues for the Brentwood, not Brentwood Karting, for the Purple Racing team earlier on in this race. Brentwood have also had their issues and lost the lead in their class, or a second in their class, I should say, to 36 Racing. But Purple Racing down in 7th place at the moment then. And thank you to Mr. Beaumont sending me through that information. If you can hear me, Mark, I have asked some very basic questions. It's been a while since I've been in the box for RHPK, and I somehow didn't have it down on my notes, the number of mandatory pit stops. I was 99% sure it was 3 mandatory stops, but I didn't want to say it in case I was wrong. But it is 3 mandatory pit stops and nothing mandatory in terms of driver changes or fuel stops. It is just 3 times in the pit lane across the 4 hours. And yes, Mark did also say the phone has been found. So yeah, we covered that earlier, Mark, don't you worry. But yes, phone has been found. No need to look for that iPhone 14. It was found. We're good. So yeah, 3 stops needs to be completed by each of the teams. Now, a few of them are given 2 already in this race. Most of those not down to the choice of the teams due to having issues, having to pull the driver, I should say, straight back in. One driver with an engine off, having to come back in to get that restarted, and a few others just coming to cropper and finding issues straight away as they headed back out onto the stint. So a couple of drivers, a couple of teams with issues there, as we mentioned already. Your previous race leaders overall and your previous second place in the pro class. Well, we have changed at the sharp end. Alessia Prime have made the move stick on the previous lap, and they get into the lead of the race then. DAD are once again relegated to second place. First time of asking, they are relegated by Purple Racing. This time they're relegated by Alessia Prime. Well, for the moment, As we said, Callum and Ryan have been entrusted alone on the spanners for the first time this weekend. And for the moment, it's going very well. They're into the lead of the race then, are the Alessia Prime squad. And let's see if they can now build a bit of a gap here to DAD. They were struggling to hold on to the coattails of the two leaders, that being DAD and Purple Racing, in that first stint when we had Bo Sullivan behind the wheel for Purple Racing. Of course, now with Taylor behind the wheel, they're a bit further down. Not to Taylor's fault, but due to those issues when he headed out onto the track. But now with different drivers on board, Alessia Prime have very much turned that around. They were, as I say, struggling to keep up to speed with the top two. As oh dear, we've got issues down the back straight. Who's that pulling over? I think it was the 11, maybe. Yes, it is. It is the 11 of Going Bananas. They pulled over down the back straight. I think maybe we've lost an engine. That might, because they're still crawling down through the next section of corners, but very, very slowly for the number 11. Are they going to have to park it up? No, I think they're waiting for a gap in the traffic, are they? Let's try not to get in the way of anyone. Either way, it's less than ideal for the number 11. They'd already had issues in this race, and they find themselves 6 laps down. Well, this is only going to compound things, sadly, for the Going Bananas squad. There's been a couple of gaps, but they've not been able to get into them. I think they are stuck maybe down there through the final section of corners. So the number 11 pulls to a halt. It will be yellow flags down there, I would imagine. I can't see any at the moment, but kart is stopped on the edge of the circuit. Drivers need to be a little bit more careful through that section, as the brilliant marshals here at Rye House will jump into action and try and offer some assistance as best they can, but it looks as though the number 11 is pretty stricken down there at the moment and unable to go any further. What a shame. Well, a change at the sharp end, a change a bit further down. It's all kicking off as we close in towards half race distance here for round number 6 of the Rye House Pro Karting Series in 2026. Already then that gap between Alessia Prime and DAD almost opening out to a full second. As okay, it looks as though the 11 has at least got back underway enough to drag the kart back to the pits. Just after they'd sent the kart stand. Tanks will run for about an hour and 35 to an hour and 45, depending on how much you fuel save, and we've got 2 hours and 15 minutes left to go. All of our teams will be back in again for another fuel stop, even the likes of the number 11 of Going Bananas, because they will have to do another fuel stop. They don't have to in terms of the rules. They do have to if they want to get to the end of the race. That would depend on when they end up back on circuit, though, because at the moment they're in the pits and the car is up on the kart stand. So clearly the issue relatively serious for the number 11, and well, pretty much everyone in the pit lane is piling in to try and offer some assistance, and hopefully they can get that kart back out on circuit in the not too distant future. Hopefully so. Right then, as we say, closing in towards half race distance here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. Been an interesting race so far then, and I think it is still only the top 5 who find themselves on the lead lap. Yes, that is correct. And 36 Racing, the number 63, are only just on the lead lap. Yeah, you can see them then, heading down to hairpin 1 now. So the 32 of Brentwood Karting has actually just been put 2 laps down here by Alessia Prime. And the kart just ahead on the road anyway of 36 Racing is about to be put 1 lap down for the first time. So currently your top 5 on the leading lap: Alessia Prime, DAD, 36 Motorsport, Helicopter Services and 36 Racing. But it will be a matter of time, I would have thought, the next 2 or 3 laps or so, and we'll see 36 Racing go a lap down now as well. So better second stint then here for GKD Racing there in P6, but still not on the pace of the drivers around them. Not on the pace. Looking down the order, yeah, we've got, in terms of overall fastest lap, it's probably easiest to go through. So 39.9, 39.8, 39.9, 40.1, 39.9, 40.2 for GKD. Then 39.7, 40.2 for March Racing, then 39.9, then 40.2 as we slip down into the Clubman class. It's 40.2, 40.3, 40.4. So currently, GKD's pace would be on for winning the Clubman class. They're the defending overall champions. I don't know what's going wrong for them here today. It's got to be something to do with the setup, maybe, or something's not quite right. I mean, their pace is still very good in the low 40s, consistently 40.3s, 40.4s, but that is 3 to 4 tenths off of the drivers in the top 5 further ahead of them. So lofty heights of P6 looking like at the moment for your defending champions. Can they find anything further when we head into the second half of the race? I hope so, for their sake. Otherwise, this might just have to be a round to forget for your defending champions. 1.5 seconds now, the gap between Alessia Prime and DAD. I say that, it's up to 1 3/4 seconds now as they head on to lap number 163. And 36 Racing have now been overtaken. So they are now a lap down, and it won't be too long until March Racing find themselves 2 laps down. So March Racing and Brentwood Karting still relatively close together then. They're both on the back straight. I was about to say as we speak, as I speak. And they're, of course, battling for second in the pro class. 8th overall for March Racing at the moment. 9th overall for Brentwood Karting at the moment. But that battle for second place is for third place in the class. God, I can't get any positions right at the moment. Third place in the class, it is the battle between the... No, it's not. Yes, it is. Oh, I need to get some new glasses, man. All the colours are merging into one. No, of course, we still have the 236 carts holding up that 1-2 in the pro class. So that battle between March Racing and Brentwood Karting is definitely 100% final answer for third place in the pro class. And there's only a few seconds in between them, to be fair. So if Brentwood continue to close up, which it looks like they are doing, we might just have a battle on our hands for third in the pro class. Maybe in the next sort of 15 or 20 minutes. We shall wait and see. Only about 10 minutes until we hit that halfway marker of the race. And I'll give you a full rundown of what the order is looking like when we get to that point. But certainly in this race, karts not without their issues. Some big, big teams in this race with their fair share of issues already, and we're not even at half race distance. So plenty of time for things to go wrong for the other teams as well. Plenty of time for things to be compounded for those teams already having issues. We shall see which one plays out as we look further afield. And well, Alessia Prime at the sharp end, just continuing to motor on, focused on their own race at the moment, focused on extending that lead gap out at the sharp end, and that's exactly what they're doing, aren't they? It's been very impressive since so far for either Callum or Ryan. One of them's definitely behind the wheel at the moment. I need to just make a note, which one's got the white lid and which one's got the black lid. And then I'll be able to tell them apart, because they're both wearing very fetching Alessia branded race suits. That obviously means they're a bit more challenging to tell apart. But either way, good stint so far for them, and yeah, really turning around fortunes, as I mentioned earlier, from being in third and not quite able to hold on to the base of the leaders, to now being the ones leading the way and extending the leading margin between themselves. And at the moment, DAD in second place. It is still Purple Racing with the overall fastest lap of that 39.728. And still no one able to get close. What do we have now? 3, 4, 5, 6 teams, yeah, that have gone into the 39s at least 1 point in this race. That's Alessia Prime, DAD, 36 Motorsport, 36 Racing, Purple Racing, and Brentwood Karting. Those are your 6 teams that have got down to the 39s at some point in this race. And the likes of Helicopter Services, GKD, March Racing, not far off getting to the 39s, but not a huge amount of teams in the 40 deads, already in the 40.1s and the 40.2s at the moment, so still a bit of time to find, and it's that consistent pace. This is putting the top teams well ahead in this race so far. That consistent pace in the high 39s, low 40s is just allowing for those gaps to draw further clear. Because as we say now, 2.5 seconds between Alessia Prime and DAD, but then looking back from them, it's a further 20 seconds back to 36 Motorsport leading that pro class. And then looking further down as well, Bad Racing after taking that lead in the clubman class. What's that going to be? 20 minutes or so ago now? They now find themselves nearly 12 seconds clear. Oh, hold on a second. No, that's the gap from second to third, is it not? Yeah, no, it is. I was right first time. It is 12 seconds. And actually, Shadow Racing have got Slippery Bananas hot on their heels. So Shadow Racing sadly have lost the lead, and they've now dropped right into the clutches of Slippery Bananas. both those two head on to a new lap of the race. Nose to tail, as there they are, heading down into the first hairpin. Shadow Racing for the moment, just about staying ahead. But it seems as though the number 12 of Slippery Bananas will be finding a way through, surely, over the next few laps or so. And like we say, that'll give them 11th overall and 2nd in the Clubman class. With their sister team Go Bananas having some serious issues throughout today. At least the Slippery Banana squad holding up their end of the bargain. And already in the top 3 in the Clubman class. And now looking to move their way up into the top 2. Well, they haven't been able to find a way through on that previous lap. Still staying within sort of about a kart length of the driver behind, motoring that number 88 on. But with how relatively speedily the number 12 has caught up to the back of the number 88, I thought it would be within a couple of corners and they'd be through. But no, fair enough to Shadow Racing. They're keeping them true, and actually they were on very similar lap times last time around. A 49.9 for Bananas and a 49.8 for Shadow Racing. That time a 49.8 for Bananas and a 49.7 for Shadow Racing. So actually, they're going banana, or so the Slippery Bananas car had caught up, but now they're settling back in. It seems as though maybe with a bit of fresh air, Shadow Racing finding that pace once again, and just meaning that Slippery Bananas aren't able to think about a move just yet. And behind, Alessia Prime continuing to extend that lead. They're now stuck behind the number 50 of Camtech. Luckily for them, Camtech 40.3. But Alessia Prime on the last lap, 40 dead. And after a lap of following Camtech, it's only a 40.1 to be fair. Camtech with a 40.3. So clearly Camtech picking up the pace, but also still clearly Alessia Prime faster, and they have shown that here on this last lap. They made the move. Alessia Prime getting another bit of track position and getting past Camtech. That will help them in their charge through to that second round of pit stops. But again, these karts lasting around an hour and 35 to an hour and 45 on a tank, depending on how kind you are on that accelerator pedal. And that will mean all the teams that took some fuel on that first stop are going to have to give us some more when they head back in, I would imagine, the not-so-distant future. Who's not given us any fuel? Red Spider Racing haven't, but that's understandable because they were off the track for quite some time. Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's it. It's Joni Red Spider Racing who haven't given us a fuel stop because they've only come in once, and that was when the kart went pop, bang, splutter, and it was out. But they took about 60 laps, and they're back in the race. And they've been going well ever since. So well done to Red Spider Racing. Continuing on, oh dear, Go Bananas are still in... well, I can't see them in the dummy grid, so I think they're probably down. Either they're further down than I can see, or they're back in the awning. Either way, it's less than ideal for Go Bananas, and they're dropping further down. They're now 25 laps off of your race leader. But it'll need another 40 for them to drop a position. So they've got time in hand to try and hold on to at least 16th place from this race. Well, there we go then. 2 minutes, 120 seconds until we hit half race distance here for round number 6 of the Rye House Pro Karting Series here, funnily enough, at Rye House. Always glad to be heading back down to Hoddesdon. It's been a while since I've been on a Rye House gig. I think it's been about 2.5 months for me anyway. Last time out was one of the owner kart days, the kart club days. But yeah, from RHPK, it's been at least 3 months, if not longer. So I'm really glad to be back commentating over the action. And it's been a good race to be back for, to be fair. I must say, it's been an exciting one to rejoin you in the box for. So thanks again to Mark and everyone behind the scenes at Rye House for inviting me back once again and wanting me back on the commentary box. But I'm back, holding up your airwaves, and as I say, I will be for 2 of the 3 more rounds to come after today's action as well. So right then, my computer says we're 2 hours in, the live stream almost says we're 2 hours in, and so does the timing as well. So let's run you through. First, I'm going to run you through who is behind the wheel for each car, because we've not done that yet today, and it's nice to have that ability to do so. Actually, we'll do that in tandem with the live timing. Okay. So. Zoom out till we get the team names. That helps. Right then, leading the way still are Alessia Prime. They're now 4 seconds clear of DAD. And like we said earlier, for Alessia Prime, it is Ryan Bonner and Callum Stern taking the wheel. The number 7 of DAD, they're in second place, as we say, 4 seconds off of Alessia Prime. And behind the wheel for them, okay, if I get any of these names wrong, or they're not racing today, or I miss someone who is racing today, I could only go off this list, so apologies if any of this is mistaken. But the list tells me it is Aaron White, Jake Genovese, and Harley White behind the wheel of that DAD squad. And again, there are some tough names on this list, so cut me some slack as well, please, guys. 36 Motorsport, 3rd overall at the moment. Your leaders in the pro class. They've been doing a great job, haven't they? 36 Motorsport. Can't fault them. And they're almost 9 seconds ahead of now Helicopter Services. 3rd in the class, 4th overall for them. Behind the wheel for 36 Motorsport, Sam Nash, Ben Clark, and Michael Kimber. And then for the Helicopter Services crew, I've got down 4 drivers for them. George Gregory, Sam Reed, Jack Williamson, and John Igo. Of course, remember, some of these drivers might not be racing. They might just be down for the team, but not specifically racing today. Behind them, like we say, rounding out the top 5 is 36 Racing. For them today, it looks as though it's Michael Horton, Alex Berry Valentine, and Michael Kimber again on that list as well. So unlikely he's racing in both, but maybe more of a team manager for them, Michael. GKD Racing, 6th overall. Your defending champions from last year. 15 or 16 seconds now at the back of 36 Racing. And for them on the team list, Chris Bell, Matt Dorling, and Sean Dorling. 7th place for Purple Racing. They're scampering back up the order as best they can. They've got 8.5 seconds to find to catch up to the back of GKD Racing. And for Purple Racing on the entry list, as we say, Taylor Jarrett, Bo Sullivan, and Clayton Ravenscroft. 3rd place in the pro class at the moment, still Brentwood Karting. And for them, number 32, I've only got down Steve Jarrett, but I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's right. The Steve is even behind the wheel for them. March Racing in P9, the number 53. Just outside of the podium for the pros. It's James Perry, Paul Yetton, and Alexander Grace for those lot. And then rounding out the top 10, your leaders in the club and class. Bad Racing, the number 39. And I got down for them Alex Ems, Oliver Sweetman, Ollie Brunel-White, Oliver Brunel-White, Ben Ems, and Alex Ems. So a few duplicates on that one. I think behind the wheel today, it's Alex Ems, Ollie Sweetman, and Ollie Brunel-White for the number 39. And as we say, they are leading the Clubman class. 2nd place in the Clubman class, 11th overall for Shallow Racing. And for them, they've got Matthew Avery, Robert Crawford, Alfie Miles, and Mark Avery. Then Slippery Bananas now in 13th place. They have Bobby Akintoken Green, Francesca Furiani, Nelson Verdier, Fabio Tignanelli, and that's it. 5 driver names on that, whether they're all racing, 4 driver names on that, whether they're all racing today, though. We shall wait and see there for Slippery Bananas. And then behind them, DR Autos are in 14th place, that being Bailey Kirkwood, Oliver Burley, and Dave O'Brien. Then the 37 of Monkey, who have had their fair share of issues already today. Paul Argent, Peter Mattams, Ethan Wood, and Sam Lovelace. A name I haven't heard in a while, Sam Lovelace. They used to be right up there in BUKC, which just as I was sort of getting involved back in 2018, 2019. Monkey behind on the 37. Oh, that's who we just mentioned. Behind them, the 11 of Go Bananas. That's Michael Swift, Nathan Gil Kogan, Fabio Tiganelli, and that's again another driver we've already mentioned for Slippery Bananas. So again, maybe some team management there for Fabio rather than racing in the car, or maybe he's doing double trouble and racing both. We've seen crazier things. And then rounding out the order, number 24 of Red Spider Racing, Adam Wild, Paulius Barkausis, and Fabio Skognamioglu. think that's right. Sorry, Fabio, if I've butchered that, mate. But there you go. That's your running order then. 17 karts. And once again, we have all of them heading around the circuit. Going Bananas have headed back out onto the track, which is good. And like I say, they've completed all 3 of their stops, but they won't have enough fuel to get through to the end of the race, so they will have to stop again. Well then, 2 hours completed of this race. Just less than 2 hours left to go. We are half race distance here for round number 6 of the Right House Pro Karting Series. And for the moment, Alessia Prime leading the way in Super Pro, 36 Motorsport leading the way in Pro, and Bad Racing leading the way in Clubman. We watch and wait with bated breath for those next pit stops. We're still waiting on a couple for a few teams, and I think a bit of fuel for most of them, if not all of them, as well. When we look onto that then, second half of the race is underway. Well then, plenty of tyres squealing still around this Rye House kart raceway. It's still very, very warm here in Hoddesdon. Still about 25 degrees here today. Lovely, lovely day for some kart racing action. But we sort of, I would be hesitant to say lull in this race, but everyone's settled into their running order for the moment. New personal best, to be fair, from Alessia Prime. That's a nice lap. 39.837. And they've just been in a 39.9 as well. They're continuing to extend that gap out in the lead. It's now 7.5 seconds between Alessia Prime and DAD. And I was just watching for whereabouts the karts are on circuit as well. Last time I checked, we had Purple Racing 5 heading down through the new section. And your race leaders, the number 42 of Alessia Prime, were coming through the hairpin. So the first hairpin, I should say. So there's not a whole lot of time between them. We're actually putting a lap on Purple Racing, of course, after issues earlier. Sorry, putting a second lap, I should say, on Purple Racing. They are already 1 lap down, and they're less than half a lap away from being 2 laps down. That just shows how much that has changed things for them. But they've completed 2 stops in the race, officially, whereas Alessia Prime, DAD, all the rest of them in front of them have not completed 2 stops. So the plan for Purple Racing, I can imagine, will be Taylor Jarrett continues on here until they're able to fuel up until the end of the race. And then that's when they'll go for it to switch out to Clayton Ravenscroft, who will take that kart through to the checkered flag. A very impressive team of 3 young but experienced drivers there for Purple Racing. Very talented across multiple karting disciplines. And I can see why they've been doing so well throughout this season so far. But at the moment, they still find themselves 7th overall, 5th in the Super Pro class. Now, this would not help proceedings in terms of championship position. Like we say, their closest challengers of Project D having a break for today's round. They're not competing here today at round number 6, so this will become their dropped score. So they will take on a... Is that a 51? I might need to get my eyes checked, mate. Is that a 51? I have to lean closer to the screen. No, it is a 31. Right, okay, that makes a lot of sense. So a 31 will become their actual score. And of course, Purple Racing were actually already 9 points ahead. So they will get ahead of Project D. No matter what happens in this race, they will go ahead. Question is, though, how the teams around them scored. Because, yeah, so they were... Oh, what was it then? Too much mental mass. They're actually on 190. So they're 14 points ahead of GKD, and they are 17 points ahead of Helicopter Services. So even finishing where they are now, I still think they would keep the lead in the championship, Purple Racing. Of course, it wouldn't be ideal. They want to get some more back, and I think they will gain more back. Like I say, they've done 2 mandatory stops. There'll be 1 more stop for fuel and a driver change to put Clayton behind the wheel, and then they'll press on all the way through to the checkered flag. So I think a top 5 is still on the cards here for Purple Racing, especially given their pace comparatively to some of the karts they're chasing down. The likes of GKD Racing and Helicopter Services, which I never thought I'd be saying, that it's those 2 getting caught and now passed. Does GKD come into the pits today? Yes, GKD are in. That's our first pit stop in quite some time. Now, is it their secondary mandatory stop? It looks like it. No fuel this time. So they did fuel on the first stop. No, they're going up on the kart stand here, I think. Yes, they are. Oh, dear. GKD are on the kart stand. So an unexpected stop for your reigning champions here in the Rye House Pro Karting Series. They're into the pits, and they're up on the kart stand. What a shame for them. Well, driver will be back out, well, obviously, as soon as they can. He'll continue on round then. They'll only have 1 more mandatory stop to do, which they'll have to take fuel on board to get to the end of the race. So, okay, it's not ideal. They're having to fix something, and that's going to waste time. But they can still make it work with a strategy, and that's very quick. They're already off the kart stand, ladies and gentlemen. Drivers back on board. To the end of pit lane they go, and they're going to get that engine started. So that, to be fair, was only, what, 30 seconds, 25 seconds lost there in pits. So as things go, it's not the end of the world. But, of course, still not how they wanted things to continue. Well, once again, we have another spanner in the works. And a team that did not need a spanner in the works was GKD Racing. They're already struggling a little bit for pace today. And that has not helped things. They rejoin the action in 13th place. And that will, well, luckily for them, only drops them one position in terms of class, but drops them, what's that, 5, 6? Yeah, 6 positions overall, which is a massive number of points when it's so close in terms of the championship. That could really affect things. So just shows how quickly things can change in RHPK, how such a small issue can really throw the cat amongst the pigeons. Well, there we go. Unexpected stop completed then for GKD Racing. And they'll be hoping at least it'll be quite a while until they see them back in the pits again for that final stop to get fuel on board. Well, there we go then. That was interesting, wasn't it? GKD in, down to 13th they go. And so many cars have had issues so far today. So the least of which is Camtech with that spin and early stop in 10th. Behind them, GKD Racing have had problems. DR Autos have had problems. Monkey have had problems. Going Bananas have had problems. And Red Spider Racing has had problems. So the bottom 5 have all run into issues so far today, which out of a field of 17 is nearly a third of the field having issues within almost the first half of the race. So the attrition in today's race pretty high in terms of percentage comparatively to other races that I've been lucky enough to join you for. Is that down to the heat? Is that down to other factors? I don't know. But either way, some karts finding it a bit more challenging today. But well done to all the guys down there helping out with GKD and got them out back on circuit very, very quickly. It was impressive to see. Well, I think, so we've just hit an hour and 45 left to go, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are starting to get ready now for that second round of pit stops here. And what you might also see as well is drivers getting both, or teams getting both, of those pit stops out of the way. They have to do 2 more runs through the pit lane. Not for the rules. Oh, sorry. Let me say that a bit more clearer. They have to do 2 more runs through the pit stop, through the pit lane for the rules. They will also need to do a fuel stop. That's not for the rules, but that is to make sure they get to the end of the race. As I said earlier, the information from Mark, these tanks will go for around 1 hour and 35 minutes to 1 hour and 45 minutes. And we currently have 1 hour and 42 minutes left to go. So if drivers fill up to a full tank, you more than likely want to be coming in the next 10 or 15 minutes, get a full tank on board, driver change, then that new driver goes and does 1 outlap and comes straight back in, does the third and final stop for the race, jumps out the car, runs around, jumps back in, heads back out, and then they're in the car for the final hour and a half. I think we might see a number of teams going for that strategy. Now, do other teams decide to maybe leave that little run around to a bit later on in the race to avoid the pit lane being ever so busy? We shall see. And does that work or not? We'll have to wait and see as well. Now, of course, in previous seasons of RHPK, I've gotten very used to seeing the strategy of a fuel stop when needed, another fuel stop when needed, and then on the last lap, pitting to get that third stop done, coming out and taking the line. You can't do that anymore in RHPK. That is a new rule that has come in for 2026. The pit lane closes with 15 minutes to go. So when 15 minutes is left to go on the gantry, the pit lane will close. So drivers cannot do that cheeky last lap strategy of diving in anymore. It has to be done before the last 15 minutes. So that takes away that strategic element of leaving it right until the dying moments, which did create some interesting finishes. It really did. But that will mean that we'll know a bit more of the lay of the land when we get to that last 15 minutes. And we'll see which are the gaps that are getting a bit closer and where we need to be focusing on in the field. That could be anywhere. Cannot call it as of yet. We've got too much time left to go. But I'm watching and waiting here for your first kart to bite the bullet and go for this next pit stop. I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be one of the 36 karts because I can see one of their teammates down waiting at the fuel bay. So potentially either 36 Motorsport or 36 Racing might just be in soon enough for their second fuel stop of the race. Now, it was 36 Racing that came in first on the first time around in terms of pit stops. And will we see a mirroring of that again? 36 Racing in first and then 36 Motorsport in a little bit later. We shall wait and see. But I can confirm now that it is only the top 3, I think, who are on the lead lap now. So I think Helicopter Services and 36 Racing have now dropped a lap down behind your race leaders of the 42 of Alessia Prime, who I am once again struggling to spot. There is the number 5 heading through hairpin number 1. Purple Racing there in 6th place now. As there they are, the number 42. I keep getting thrown off. I keep thinking I'm looking for a black cart, but no, they're very colourful cart now, and I realise why, because they're using the old NASA panel and side pods from the JND racing team. Have now been popped onto the Alessia Prime cart. So a little bit of a paint job change for them. I think more of as a money saver than anything else, really. As those sticker kits have certainly seen their fair share of use on that number 42. But they go on to a new lap then. Lap number 210 of this 4-hour endurance race here from the Rye House Kart Raceway. We are well and truly over half race distance now. We're pressing on towards an hour and a half left to go here. And like we say, only the top 3 still on the lead lap. Alessia Prime, DAD, and 36 Motorsport. Your only 3 teams on that lead lap. Sorry if you keep hearing me cough on the live stream. There's no way I can mute this mic, so it's a bit of a challenge. So yeah, like I say then, top 3 teams on the leading lap still. We then have, oh yeah, here we go. 36 Motorsport are in. 36 Motorsport are in. So I thought we would see a mirror of the first round of stops and that 36 Racing would be the car in first, but no. It's the sister team who pit from 3rd place overall. And of course, they pit from the lead of the pro class as well. So, number 36, we will write that down. That is 2 fuel stops for them. Who was the first team I just had come in? It was GKD. No, they came in with an issue, didn't they? Is there another team that's coming for a fuel stop, or am I going crazy? No, I think it is just that. So, 2 Fs by the name of 36 Motorsport. Lovely, right. Both fuel stops done for them. And we shall wait and see whether they do decide to do that speedy strat of coming straight back into the pits and doing a little run around and getting all their stops out of the way. We shall see if 36 Motorsport decide to do that. Well, new driver behind the wheel for them. And like we say, these tanks go for between an hour and 35 and an hour and 45. They've got an hour and 38 to do behind the wheel of that one. So if they're totally brimmed and they're not too aggressive with their driving style, they shouldn't need to worry about fuel at all for the rest of this race. Do they come back in? No, they don't. 36 will carry on round, so clearly leaving that final stop of the race until a little bit later on. See if all the teams decide to do that, or whether we do have some teams going for it first time of asking, doing those quick double stops and then leaving it all to do on track later on through the race. And already I can see a few drivers getting prepared to jump in the kart. So yes, I think with this, as I speculated, now we've dropped below an hour and 40 minutes to go. This is where a lot of the drivers are pulling the trigger. And we're going to have some driver changes. We're going to have some fuel bay visits as well. Another team is in. 3 drivers waiting down at the end of the pit lane. And one of those is your driver for Alessia Prime. So I think your race leaders will be in pretty shortly. As who is this in? Under the limbo bar. Not the best effort I've seen in my life, but they've done it nonetheless. Number 3 it is. Number 3 it is. Who is in? So Helicopter Services. No fuel on board for them, interestingly enough. So 2 stops done, but only 1 fuel stop for Helicopter. So teammates assist, and looks as though they got the car straight back out then. Fair play. That was a very speedy stop there for them. As here we go. Race leaders are in. Yes, Alessia Prime are into the pits then. And again, no fuel for them. No fuel for the 42. So second stop done. Only 1 fuel stop for Alessia Prime. But it leads me to believe that's more likely that drivers would come in, do their driver change like this, and then come straight back in for fuel. Yes, I think that's exactly what Helicopter Services have done. Yes, they have. Helicopter are back in immediately. So it shows I have been to an RHPK race before, guys. I'm learning your ways and your heaps of wisdom. Oh no, they've missed it. They've gone to the wrong place. Helicopter services have missed the fuel bay. They're going to get pushed through the barriers, thank goodness. But oh dear, the driver just a little asleep there momentarily and almost scuppered them big time. I think only really lost maybe 3 or 4 seconds there once all was said and done. But that was a scary moment for helicopter services. Right, well, driver just has to put that out of their mind now. That's all sorted. And yeah, like we say, they were straight in for a driver change. They're straight in yet again for a fuel stop. So this will now be, helicopter services are now our first team to have given us all pit stops. All 3 are done, and they are fueled to the end of the race. Driver hopping back in. Hold on a second. Yeah, it was. The driver who was in got out. New driver got in, did the 1 lap round to get it refueled, and then has got out again, and the driver's got back in. What a stint it's going to be from this person. I don't know who it is behind the wheel. Sorry for them. Oh, I got a bit nervous then. There was a little look down at the left engine. I got worried that maybe it was off, but nope, they're at good. Oh, he's checked again. Okay. They seem to be going at a good speed, though. I can't see any. He's checking again. There have been 3 checks of the left engine now from helicopter services. Is he going to come in? No, he's carrying on. So that's good. And again, the car looks like it's getting to full speed. Will there be any... He's checked again. 4th check of something on his left-hand side. Again, pace seems to be fine. So hopefully all is well in the helicopter services camp. Well, they press on then. So like we say, they're the first team who will have given us all their stops now. And they press on through to the end of this race. Let's have a look. Let me get up my thingy-majig again. Thingy-majig. That's the technical term. So it's George Gregory, Sam Reed, Jack Williamson, and John Igor at, listed as drivers for helicopter services anyway. I think we've only seen 2 drivers, though, out for them throughout this race so far. I'm afraid I can't tell you who it is. On the back of their suit, it says Marshall. There are no drivers in that team named Marshall, and it very much looks like the Marshall logo of the company that makes, like, speakers and stuff. So I think it might be more of a sponsor than a name on the back of his suit. So I can't enlighten you there as to who it is. But either way, they rejoin in 9th place. So your first team that have given us all the stops, they are fueled on board to the end, are in P9. Ones to watch. Because again, helicopter services, yet another quite quiet race from them. But it always seems to be, I never give them much focus. And then suddenly in the last hour, they're somehow in the top 3. And I'm like, how did that happen? Well, we're noticing a bit early in this one. Helicopter going for that strat. And let's see if it works for them. Just over an hour and a half left to go then. Well, before we have more karts diving for the pit lane, let's give you a rundown of the order then with 90 minutes left to go on the clock. It is DAD in the lead of the race now by 25 seconds ahead of Alessia Prime, who, of course, have given us that extra stop. 36 Racing now into 3rd overall. And your leaders in the Pro class. And just behind them, Purple Racing 5 back up into the top 4. But again, they owe us another stop. But they'd already given us 2, haven't they? Not out of choice, but they only owe us that 1 more stop for fuel, and then they are done and dusted as well. 36 Motorsports, 2nd in the Pro class now, with Brentwood Karting 3rd in the class, March Racing 4th in the class. Then it's Bad Racing, your leaders in Clubman there, 8th overall. Helicopter Services and Camtech round out the top 10. They're followed by GKD Racing, then 2nd and 3rd in the Clubmans. That being Shadow Racing and Slippery Bananas, and then they're followed by DR Autos, Monkey, Going Bananas, and Red Spider Racing. That is your order. And at the moment, we still have all 17 karts lapping around the circuit. Of course, plenty have had issues throughout this one, but they've all been able to get them back out on circuit, which is brilliant. So we've still got all 17 of our karts here lapping around the Wright House Kart Raceway. Well, we're actually ticking on towards the evening now, aren't we? It's only about 10 minutes until we'll hit 5 p.m. Still lovely and sunny around here at the Wright House Kart Raceway, and still pretty warm as well. That's certainly not going to let up through the rest of this one. But as we move on towards the dusk anyway over the next few hours, we look on for this race to crescendo to a finish. And I still do not know who's going to win this race. I really have no idea. There are plenty of horses that you could have fair reason to be backing through this next 1 hour and 30 minutes. DAD, potential. Alessia Prime, potential. Purple Racing, potential. 36 Motorsport, potential. Don't count out even the likes of Helicopter Services, Brentwood Karting, GKD if they can find a bit of second wind, and they are doing. Look at the laps from the driver now behind the wheel. They're in the 40 deads now, and a 40.1 on the last lap. They're now consistently on leader's pace once again. We're just a little bit off, actually, because your effective race leaders, because Alessia Prime have given us that stop, are still lapping in the high 39s consistently. They're only half a tenth off their fastest lap of the race so far last time around. Impressive consistency from Alessia Prime. But like I say, plenty of teams and drivers further down the order that you definitely can't count out at this point. Right then, less than an hour and a half left to go, ladies and gentlemen, before we bring this round to a close. Round number 6 of the Right House Pro Karting Series has been a treat so far, and we've still got 90 minutes to go. We'll surely be seeing plenty more teams diving into the pit lane in a few moments' time. Hello, I'm just popping the headset back on for the live stream because I'm really sorry. I can't see the live chat on my laptop, so I didn't think anyone's in it, but I've just got on my phone. I've seen there's been a few people in there, so thank you all for saying hello. Lisa Turvey saying good luck to Brentwood Karting, and Doris saying come on helicopter and correcting me. Thank you. Jack Williamson is behind the wheel for helicopter, so thank you for letting me know, Doris. I will be sure to say that over the tannoy as well, but thank you for making me aware. That's much appreciated. Well then, looks as though we've only had one pit stop, I think, while I was a little bit quiet there. I think it was just for well, they were the race leaders. Of course, it was given by the fact that Alessia Prime had that stop already. And DAD have now given us their second fuel stop of the race. Now, I don't believe they came straight back in for a driver change straight after. So 2 stops completed and both fuel stops now completed for DAD. And of course, the Alessia Prime, number 42 as well. Same story for them. 2 stops completed. But I think... Oh, okay, at least I've got down. I wasn't sure if I missed one or not, so I could be wrong. But I think they've only given 1 refuel. I think Alessia Prime still needing to do a refuel stop. So 2 of their stops done. Another refuel stop needed. So that's the same story then for Purple Racing behind them, who are now 32 seconds behind your race leader. 5 seconds behind DAD. Now, DAD do need to give us another pit stop for those 3 mandatory stops, but both fuel stops are done. So the tank, at least, will go through to the end of the race. So although DAD and Purple Racing, there's only 5 seconds between them now, which just shows you how amazing this stint has been for the Purple Racing squad. I think it is still Jarrett behind the wheel. It is still Jarrett behind the wheel. He's put in a brilliant stint. He's done exactly what his team needed to do through this stint to thrust themselves back into potential higher positions. And he's done a great job, hasn't he? A great job. But like I say, 5 seconds behind the DAD cart. But they do need to put fuel in on the next stop, whereas DAD do not. So that gap will open up a little bit again. As who do they have behind them then? It's the Brentwood Karting squad just behind them, who are on the same lap. Yes? Oh, this is really confusing on the live timing. I think so. They bailed to pit lane. They bailed to pit lane. Alessia Prime are in the pits. Alessia Prime are in the pit lane. Well, that was a good time to focus on them, wasn't it? Into the pits they come then. This will be their last stop of the race. So, where are they on my list? There they are. Right. Well, this will show me whether they did need fuel. They did. I hadn't written it down wrong. Go John. Right. Ratters Media is on top form today, if I do say so myself. Right. In the fuel bay are Alessia Prime. So, Taylor Jarrett out of the car. It will be Clayton Ravenscroft, I do believe, who's waiting to hop in. Where is he? Ah, there he is. I can see him sitting on the wall. Mr. Sullivan, after his great first stint, is getting ready to assist on the spanners. As can't see out, Ravenscroft's in. And off they go. Very speedy stop that. Slick from Purple Racing, as usual. Out on circuit they come then. And really, we're watching for the gap here with helicopter services, because that is the only other kart that has also given us all 3 stops and both refueling stops as well. Who's this in now? 37 and Monkey it is. So again, this will be them done with all of their stops. A team that had some issues earlier on in this race, to say the least. And they pit in from 15th place. So they're still 12 laps down off the race leader. And, well, 8 laps down off of 14th place. So I think 15th is all that they're going to be able to manage in this one. Just no matter if they strap an old V10 F1 engine to that thing, I still don't think that they're going to find the time. As someone acting as Moses down there, parting the seas of drivers getting ready to go. But yeah, guys, if you're down there in the pit lane, in the dummy grid, please have your head on a swivel, because they're going to be karts coming in and out, shake it all about for the next 45 minutes or so. So just be aware of what's going on around you, please. We want to keep those ankles intact. That would be ideal. I promise you, for your racing career, that would be ideal. I've never been able to heel and toe because of the fact I've broken my ankle 3 times. So don't do that. Don't do that. Keep yourself fighting fit and in the fight for races here in RHPK. Right, who's this now at the fuel bay? It is March Racing who are in. Right. So this, to me, is their second stop of the race, but they're getting fuel on board as well. So this will be both fuel stops done for March Racing, but they will need another stop after this. for another driver as well. Watch your backs, everyone. Watch your backs. March racing down to the end of pit lane there. New driver getting ready to jump in. Now, I did see the name on the back of that suit, so let's see if they're actually listed. Yes, they are. Paul Yetten it is that's getting in. That's a benefit for me anyway in the comms box, having your name on the back of the suit. Very helpful. Thank you, Paul. And it is Paul Yetten who's in behind the wheel then. As I say, they'll have to do another stop. Will March Racing, I think, anyway, if my numbers are correct. I might look down and all the March Racing squad are shaking their heads and I've got it wrong. But at least to my notes, another pit stop still needed. Not necessarily a driver change or fuel or anything. They've got both fuel stops are done. They will get to the end of the race now. But it'll just be a case of going onto that limbo bar to the end of the pit lane and then either driver running around and jumping back in or a new driver hopping in for the last bit of the race. Right then, an hour and 15 minutes left to go. And yes, indeed, we are back into a very busy pit lane here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. In once again now, is this our Brentwood squad? It is. The 32 is in. And this will be their final stop of the race. Third pit stop. And second fuel stop for these drivers. So Brentwood Karting will be on to the finish as well. They've dropped behind Purple Racing. As I didn't write that down, so I'm very glad I double-checked that. Come on, John, keep on your list. We're doing so well. Purple Racing, of course, I've now updated. They have done two stops, 2 fuels. They'll still need another stop a little bit later on. Because they've had all 3 drivers behind the wheel now. Bo Sullivan started the race. Taylor Jarrett did the midsection. And now they have, his name is escaping me for some reason, Clayton Ravenscroft, of course, behind the wheel for this final stint. He's just heading through. Hairpin number 1 at the moment. But he, like I say, I've not seen him down here at Rye House a whole lot. But I know he is a very experienced driver behind the wheel of a pro kart. So I'm interested to see how he settles into this stint then. As he is currently 5th position. Oh, he's in the 39s already. 39.9 for Purple Racing. Only faster driver out there at the moment is Alessia Prime, 39.7. They were 300ths off their personal best on the last lap. The consistency, and that is the word to use so far from this race, the consistency from Alessia Prime has been sublime. It has been brilliant to see, and that's why they find themselves now 20 seconds ahead of 36 Racing. 36 Racing still owing us another fuel stop as well. DAD, of course, owing us another normal stop, another mandatory stop, and same for 36 Motorsport as well, who are near them on the timing sheets. So things still to play out here, but Alessia Prime are sitting pretty there up at the sharp end, aren't they? As yes, no, that is right. That is right. Okay, cool. That was why I got myself confused. And pit stops now completed. So Alessia Prime, yeah, of course, no, that is right, because they came in an extra time, didn't they, earlier on, which was like, oh dear, they had issues, but they got it sorted very quickly. But that meant that they've given me all the ticks. Them and helicopter services. Oh, sorry about that. Them and helicopter services are the only drivers, or the only karts, that have given me all 3. And Alessia Prime are in the lead by 20 seconds. It's not looking good for the other teams, is it? It's not looking good. Crazier things have happened in RHPK, but with an hour and 15 minutes to go and all stops completed and a 20-second lead, if they lose it from here, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow, I think, is a nice way of putting it. Right, GKD are in. So that was their final stop of the race then. 3 stops completed with 2 fuel stops in there as well. And we wait and watch. Oh dear, I had seen that a 37 and Monkey had come in. They're in again, and the kart looks to be going up on the kart stand. So that is not ideal for Monkey. They had completed all stops for me and all fuel stops as well. But this one clearly not planned as the kart goes up on the kart stand. And, yeah, it looks as though they're not going anywhere anytime soon. That's a real shame for Monkey, but that is, they go from bad to worse, isn't it? They'd already had issues earlier on and more compounded here as we head towards the last hour. DR Autos, this is who are in now as well. So, again, all stops completed for them. Just going to quickly write done by all the ones that have definitely completed all of their stops. Done. Right. So, who have we got? So I think, at least according to my notes, which are not very trustworthy, I will agree. I believe we have 4 teams that have already given us all the stops we need and are going through to the end of the race. Those 4 teams are Helicopter Services, DR Autos, Brentwood Karting, Monkey, and Alessia Prime. I believe those 5 carts have given us all the stops that we need and will be going through to the checkered flag without coming back into the pit lane. Like we say, if that is correct, Alessia Prime have a massive advantage here going into the last 60 minutes of racing, but we shall wait and see. Right then, who's dropping down the order? It's the number 12 of Slippery Bananas. They're in for their second fuel stop of the race, but only their second actual stop of the race. Of course, they went up to lofty heights of about 3rd overall earlier in this race because they stayed out for so long for that first stint. Well, they're back in again for the second time in this race and their second fuel stop done, but they will have to come back in a little bit later on in this stint for that extra stop. Like I say, whether that's a driver change or whether that's just the same driver hopping out of the cart, running around and jumping back in. Either way, they owe us another trip through the pit lane. And I'll give you another full rundown of the order once we tick below 60 minutes left to go in this race. As we tick below that 1 hour mark. Wow, I can't believe it. We're almost 3 hours into this race. I can never believe how quickly these fly by because, yeah, you think a 4-hour race, that's a long time, and it is a long time. It's a long time to be out in the car. It's a long time to be up here in the commentary box shouting about it, but they always fly by because there's always so many things to talk about. There's so many permutations to the race. As I realise I've been spelling that wrong all the time. I thought it was MIA, but it's MU and permutation, so I'm going to get that right. As a spin out the final corner. That's surprising. Is that bad racing going for a spin? Yes, it was the bad racing squad. Little spin out the final corner, but they collected it up well, and neither of the engines died, which is the main thing. So the bad racing squad continues on. I think it's the other Ollie that's now in the car. I don't know which one, but I do believe it isn't one of the usual brothers that is out at the moment. I do think it's one of the 2 Ollies that they've drafted in for today's racing. So their squad's slightly different, but continuing on as they mean to. I mean, I was chatting with them earlier on, and they've had some pretty bad luck throughout this year. Little issues, things going wrong, and this is what happens in endurance racing. But last time out, their first win in class of the year. Very well done to them, and well, at the moment, they're still in the class lead here in the Clubmans. Now looking down at the Clubmans, so bad racing was 2 more stops, one of those being fuel, because they won't make it to the end. Shadow Racing, 1 more stop, and that will be for fuel. And Slippery Bananas, 1 more stop, and that's not for fuel. So, again, lots of different strategies playing in there. 3 very different strategies actually playing into this final hour there in the Clubman. So, that's going to be interesting to see how they all settle themselves out through into the final 60 minutes. Right, another one of our 36 carts is in. It is the sister team in now. Okay, good. So, the 36 Motorsport car has done 2 stops. They're fueled to the end, but they will have to come in again. This is their sister car, who again will now be the same story. 2 stops done, both fuel stops done, and they can get to the end of the race, but they'll have to be back in for another trip through the pits in a little bit. I think new driver hopping on board there for them, which is good to see. So driver in and driver back. Straight out. Straight back on to the black stuff for 36 Racing, the 63. Can we press on then? Right, well, the order continuing to be reshuffled then. Oh, we got Camtech in as well. That's why I was thrown off a little bit. So that's the 50 in for another fuel stop. And again, this is their last stop of the race here for Camtech. Their final fuel stop. Of course, they'll get to the end of the race now with just less than 1 hour and 10 minutes to go. And that is their 3rd trip through the pit lane this race. So 3 completed. And again, don't forget, we're waiting for all these final stops coming through from drivers, which will be, I reckon, in the next 30 minutes. We'll get those out of the way. But if teams do decide to leave it long, don't forget, they have to have got it completed by the time we have 15 minutes left on the clock. As soon as we hit that 15-minute marker, that pit lane will close. The driver's got to be careful about that as well, and how that plays into their strategy. Who's this now in the pits? Is it Red Spider Racing? It is. A Red Spider in now as well. She's got a lovely figure. As I say then, Red Spider Racing in for another stop. Where are they on my tracker? There we go. Well, I've got that down as their first fuel stop of the race. Of course, they were in for, 50 laps at one point. They're 70 laps down now for your race leader. So honestly, one fuel stop, and they're going to be fine through to the end. So they do still need to come through the pit lane again. Actually, no, ignore me. I was looking at the wrong team. Where are they? Oh, no, they do. They do. Is that true? Was that their second stop? I thought they'd been in twice already. And that was their third. Well, John's confused in the box, as usual. It was going so well. But that can't continue for a whole 4 hours. It was not possible. But Red Spider Racing, if you're the one that I've mixed up on, that's the one I would choose, to be fair, because I'm afraid you're not getting any positions through the end of this race, sadly. Well, Monkey has left the pit lane, but not in a good way. They're not on the track. They're in the gravel, in the paddock. So that's not ideal. So maybe an hour to go, we could get one position anyway for Red Spider Racing. But yeah, I do think they still owe us one trip through the pits. I think maybe it was just that compounded singular stop where they had that big issue, where they lost that like 50, 60 laps or so. But either way, they're back out on circuit then. They've got fuel on board. More than enough to take them through to the checkered flag in this one. But we still watch and wait then. So, in about 6 minutes, I'll give you a rundown of the order. For now, let's give you a rundown of where teams are sitting in terms of... Oh, I forgot to mark that down. Sorry, when I said 5 teams were done, I was wrong. It was 6. I'd missed GKD Racing. My apologies. So, I'll run you through the stops, at least of my notes, which could be wrong. GKD Racing, they're done. Helicopter Services, they're done. Purple Racing need one more trip through the pits. DR Autos are done. DAD need one more trip through the pits. Going Bananas need another fuel stop I've got down to get them to the end. I don't think they'll quite make it because they took that fuel stop. Of course, they've had issues, but I think they took that fuel stop a little bit too early. Not out of choice, obviously. Slippery Bananas still need one more trip through the pit lane. Red Spider Racing still need one more refueling stop. Actually, I say that, sorry. Again, they've just refueled. They should make it to the end, but they do need to get one more through the pit lane. Brentwood Karting are done on pit stops. 36 Motorsport, I believe, need one more trip through the pits. Monkey are done, but again, they might actually be done in the pit, back in the garage, back in the paddock. Bad Racing, I think, owing us more stops. My note is definitely wrong on that for them. I've got down that they've only been through the pits once. They've definitely been through the pits twice. Whether that was for 2 fuels or not, no, I'm not so sure. So I'm going to put an extra fuel there in brackets, and we'll wait and see. Alessia Prime, I think they're done and dusted. Same now for Camtech as well. They are done. And then I believe March Racing and 36 Racing both need to go through the pits again. And I think Shadow Racing need another fuel stop. Right, I think that's where the land lays here, heading into the final 60 minutes of the race. Like I say, I need about 6 pairs of eyes to keep up to date with what's going on circuit and what's going on down in the pit lane. Lots going on. But hopefully those notes are relatively correct as we head towards the final hour of this race. It is still that lap from way earlier on. Lap number 89 was your fastest lap set by Bo Sullivan for the Purple Racing Squad. 39.728, still unbeaten by the rest of the field. Only Alessia Prime have really gotten close. 39.765 for them. So just under half a tenth off of that fastest lap. But they did that lap on lap number 234. So that was only 26 laps ago. So while Alessia finding more and more pace and continuing to press on at the sharp end of the field, they're now 33 seconds clear of the rest of the order. Amazing pace from Alessia Prime. Consistently so as well. This is now their race to lose, I fear. They've got one hand on this trophy already, and we've still got a quarter of the race to go. Speak of the Devils, they're in the pit lane. Alessia Prime are in the pits for their last stop of the race, and they are going to switch drivers again. So switching back out, the duo there for Alessia Prime, and through to the end of the race will go this driver then. So back out onto the track they go. And where are they in my list? Oh, well, I got it wrong then, didn't I? I clearly got it wrong because Alessia Prime will come back in. Now they must be done with all their three. So already my list has been wrong, and you probably shouldn't have listened to the last segment because it's probably all wrong. But there we go. There we go. These things happen. We will carry on. Alessia Prime are definitely done now. They have definitely completed all of their stops, and driver is in until the end of the race. Well then, now it's a case of, have I got the notes right for the drivers around them? Because I think DAD, we're owed something similar from them, I think, what we just saw from Alessia Prime. And into the pits, under the limbo bar, down to the ends, either change driver or run around, and back out onto the circuit for DAD. So although that swing has gone from 30 seconds in the lead for Alessia Prime to now 25 seconds in the lead for DAD, it's going to swing straight back when we get that extra pit stop from DAD a little bit later on. So neutrals rejoice as we have a change to the lead, but that won't continue on, sadly, neutrals. That will change when DAD decide to go for it and pit in this race. Well then, now I think it is only the top two on the leading lap in this one. DAD and Alessia Prime. Now your only two karts on the leading lap, 25 seconds between the two of them. And 36 Motorsport still leading that 1-2 with their sister team at 36 Racing at the sharp end of the pro class. Only a few seconds then until we count down into the final quarter period of this race. It's almost feeling like a World Cup game. When's the hydration break? Have we introduced those yet in our HPK? No, I think we're good. I think we're good, aren't we? I mean, today, for any days, is when we need them. But I think you've got plenty of time out of the kart to get plenty of liquids on board. And maybe there'll be some more choice liquids when we get to the end of racing proceedings. I look forward to that. If it's this nice and sunny, I might just have to. We shall see. Right then, 1 hour left to go here, ladies and gentlemen, for round 6 of the Ryan House Pro Karting Series in 2026. DAD are back in the lead, but like we say, that is only courtesy of that pit stop completed from Alessia Prime. They find themselves in second place, still on the lead in that though, and in prime position to retake the lead by quite a considerable margin by the time that third stop is completed for DAD. 36 teams, 1-2 in the pro class. Motorsport ahead of Racing. Then Purple Racing, third in the Super Pro class. Once again, they've got their way back up into 5th after what was, I think at one point, like 12th or 13th place in that first, after that first issues for Purple Racing. A very impressive stint from Taylor Jarrett. And once again, this has been a very impressive stint from Clayton Ravenscroft as well to try and haul that team back into some proper points. Just behind them, Helicopter Services there in P6, and they've given us all of their stops so far in this one. See how they do through to the flag. They're less than a second behind Purple Racing, and oh no, sorry, I tell a lie. I'm looking at the wrong place. Purple Racing are less than a second behind 36 Racing, but I think that might have changed already. Well, they're battling over the line. They are really closely as well with Brentwood Karting, who are a lap down as they head through the first couple of corners. Is that... No, that's a frustration from Purple Racing. I wasn't sure if that was a thank you or if that was a wave of hand in disgust. It was a wave of hand in disgust there from Clayton Ravenscroft. He wasn't happy about how he felt even that the Brentwood squad and the 36 squad maybe fought them a bit too hard there as he was getting past, but either way, he's found a way through, and that was for position as well. So up into the top 4 go Purple Racing. That is a genuine change for position on circuit, and more points going to the tally of Purple Racing as they continue to look to extend that margin at the front of the overall championship. Well, Ravenscroft now has a bit of fresh air, so there's no need to complain anymore. He can crack on with this. He's got a bit of time to find before he catches up to the back of Camtech. We are looking further down then, like we say, Helicopter Services 6th, Brentwood Karting 7th, GKT Racing in 8th. Bad Racing still your leaders in Clubman there within the top 10. March Racing rounding out the top 10. They're followed by Camtech. Then Shadow Racing second in the Clubmans. Then DR Autos. Then Slippery Bananas third in the Clubmans. They're followed by Going Bananas, Monkey Monkey, and Red Spider Racing. currently only Monkey Monkey, the only team not lapping around the circuit. Hopefully we do see them back out in this final hour, but we shall have to wait and see. Right then, less than 60 minutes left to go, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've been thoroughly enjoying yourself. I very much have. I just realised I forgot to mention when I came back on, I already apologised to Doris on the live chat. Because for some reason, the live chat is not appearing on my computer, so I thought I had no one in there, but it turns out I did. So firstly, a big shout. These are from ages ago, by the way, so apologies. Firstly, a shout out to Lisa Turvey, who says good luck to Brentwood Karting. So Lisa's supporting you from the YouTube live chat, everyone. And same for Doris as well. Hello, Doris, who is supporting Helicopter. So Doris has your back in the live chat, Helicopter Services. And Doris then proceeded to tell me 8 times that it was Jack Williamson behind the wheel for Helicopter Services. And I've already apologised on the stream, but I apologise on the tannoy as well to you, Doris, that I missed that live chat and you had to tell me 8 times. But I'd found it, and I've now said the name on the tannoy. So there you go. It was Jack Williamson behind the wheel for Helicopter. I don't think it is... oh, no, it is. It is still Jack Williamson behind the wheel for Helicopter. So, again, monstrous stint this for Jack. And he presses on. He's right on the coattails at the moment of DAD. So, currently your race leaders, 23 seconds ahead. And they have got Helicopter Services 2 laps down just behind them. But again, Helicopter don't owe us any more stops, whereas I do believe DAD still owe us 1. So they'll gain that time back, won't they? Which will be almost a lap, I would have thought, really. So effectively, actually, a lap down, really, here on your race leader to a lap and a half down. There we go, then. Sorry, Doris, yet again, but I've fixed the situation, no problem. Right then, less than an hour left to go. Are we strapped in? Are we ready for this? We're crescendoing to a finish here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. Who will win? I think if you were a betting man, you would surely have to go for Alessia Prime at the moment. What a race it's been for them, but things can change. Keep your eyes on the black stuff and let's watch as this race presses on to a finish. That checkered flag will be coming out in just less than 56 minutes time. Hello. Right, I think there was only one pit stop while I was away there for the number 11. So Going Bananas coming in again. I think they'd already given us all of their stops because of issues earlier on in the race, but now they are fueled to the finish with 50 minutes left to go. Like I say, I think we are still waiting on a few more pit stops from some of our runners near the sharp end, but I mean, when Alessio Prime came out of the pits, they were a good 23, 24 seconds back. They are now 19 and a half seconds back. They are closing in on DAD, and like I said earlier, I'm pretty sure that DAD need another run through the pits at some point in this next 30 minutes before the pit lane closes. So I do think they still need that run through, which of course will give the lead back to Alessio Prime. So despite that, they don't seem to care. They're still pressing on so incredibly well. Great pace, picking their way through the order really nicely. And just chill. They're just chilling in this race. Okay, they're doing anything but chill, but you get my point. They're out in the lead. They've just done everything right in this race, and everything has gone right. But clearly, them being on the spanners themselves, going very well. So fair play to the guys there for Alessia Prime, Ryan and Callum doing a stellar job here today in the sunshine at Hoddesdon. So we'll watch and wait and see when they do decide to come in the pits. They're putting another lap at the moment on the Brentwood Karting squad down through hairpin number 1, and Brentwood will kindly give them a little push on corner exit as they continue to cut their way through the order. Still 36 Motorsport leading in the pros end, still Bad Racing leading in the clubmans. But again, we had that sort of 15 or so minute period where we had quite a few teams diving into the pits and doing a couple of bits of strategic elements to this race. But again, it's quietened down down there in the pit lane and in the dummy good area. So just a little bit more settling into pace once again, and drivers not really battling hugely, there's lots of big packs out there on the track, but they're all on different laps. They're all on varying strategies at the moment. So plenty of close racing action, as there always is throughout the race in an RHBK endurance race here at Rye House. But for the moment, not a whole lot of squabbling for position. We saw that change a little bit ago for Purple Racing. Actually, Purple Racing, I think, are about to make up another spot. They were half a tenth behind 36 Motorsport on the last lap, and there you go. They have made the move. So that is another change of position on track for Clayton Ravenscroft and Purple Racing. They are now back up into the overall top 3. They passed 36 Racing around, 15 minutes ago now? And they've now passed the sister team, 36 Motorsport as well. So still a 1-2 in the pro class for the 36 squad, but now down to 4th and 5th overall. So once again, our top 3 overall are our top 3 in the Super Pro class. I haven't been able to say that for a while, really at any point really in this race, because 36 have been so impressive. But now we do finally find those 3 back at the sharp end. And still, both Alessia Prime and Purple Racing consistently in the 39s. On the last lap, Alessia Prime was a 40.000. So pretty much into the 39s on that one. And fair play to DAD as well, a 40.008. And now they just popped in a 40.040. So still, the consistency of pace. Of course, I've sung the praises of Alessia Prime, but I've got to say the same as well for DAD and Purple Racing. Really impressive, consistent pace. That's the only way that you can win such a competitive endurance race like this. And yeah, they are really showing why they're up at the sharp end of the championship through this year. But sadly, opposing story really for the likes of GKD. They found their way back up into 8th now. They are 3 laps down on your race leaders at the moment. It's been a day to forget, I think, for GKD really, sadly, for the number 1, looking to defend their championship this season. It's not quite going to plan at the moment, is it? If we look down at that championship table, 3rd in the standings going into today, that was only 3 points ahead of Helicopter Services, who are currently 2 positions ahead on circuit. And then they are only, GKD are only 7 points ahead of Alessia Prime going into today's round. And again, Alessia Prime Well, they're second at the moment, but we know that they're going to move to the lead once DAD give us that stop. So that would mean a win for Alessia Prime and an 8th for GKD Racing. That'll be a lot of points lost, and that will shake up the championship order heading into round 7. Not so much to worry about, though, with 3 rounds still to go. There's still the opportunity for teams where things haven't quite gone so well in the mid part of the season to drag things back and see if they can be a phoenix that rises from the ashes and fires their way back into the championship fight, into that last round, round number 9, in November. I look forward to that. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see if they're able to get that back, or whether this is the turning point of the season and it all falls away here. And it's only the one singular season they're able to run with that number 1 on the cart. That's bad. I hadn't seen it cracking. Yeah. I hadn't seen that's cracked all the way across now. Oh no, it's started to crack. Oh. That's not good. Sorry, I've just realised you can still hear me. I mute that other mic and I think you can't hear me anymore. My laptop screen is really broken. The whole exterior protection bit of the screen is all cracking and coming away, which has been happening for the last few months now, and I need to take it to an IT person because at some point it's going to snap, and then I'm not going to be able to open and close it, and then laptop dead. It's fine, it just needs a new screen, I think, or it needs a new screen plasticky bit. But anyway, sorry, I wasn't going to tell you about that, but I accidentally spoke to myself, so there you go. Right then, just telling the YouTube live chat about me nursing issues with my laptop at the moment. That's going well, but no one nursing issues out on track at the moment, which is good. Like I say, still, sadly, Monkey Monkey, our only team, not in the race at the moment. Oh, who's into the pits? Oh, I just spotted them. 36, right. 36 are into the pits, their final stop of the race. I think we could see a few diving in the not-so-distant future to get those final stops done. So 36, where are they? There. Cool. And I can now put done by their team name as well. Cool. Right. So where will they come back out is the question. 36 Motorsport re-enter the circuit, 6th overall. So they lose the Pro Class lead to their sister team. But crucially, they do stay ahead of Brentwood Karting. Now, Brentwood Karting, again, another team that is done. They've done all the pit stops. They're fueled to the end. They're good to go. The sister team still needs to come through the pits, just like we saw there from 36 Motorsport. 36 Racing will have to come in again. Now, 36 Motorsport have rejoined the action, and according to my timing, they were 6 seconds ahead of Brentwood Karting. It ain't going to be that much when they come across the line again, at least I don't think. Across the line come Brentwood Karting. Okay, it's 5.5 seconds. Finalised gap there between 36 Motorsport and Brentwood Karting. Brentwood Karting here might just pop themselves into second place in the class here. They might ruin this 1-2 finish here for the 36 outfit. Because Brentwood, again, had those slight issues earlier on, slight frustrations, but they dealt with it so well. And again, amazing given their relative lack of experience compared to most of the drivers in this field and most of the teams in this field. Dealing with an issue like that so quickly, getting back out on circuit and getting back into a very good result. At least a top 3 in class is on the cards in this one here at round number 6. And really, potential for a top 2 here. We've got to see how slick the stop is from 36 Racing when they do decide to pull the plug and go for it. When will that final stop be for the team number 63? Well, 36 continue on round then. Their final stop done. So they've got 40 more minutes of this stint to press on through to the checkered flag. And yeah, only 10 minutes until we have 30 minutes left to go, ladies and gentlemen. And we will be 5/6 of the way through this race. Gone by so quickly, but who is going to take all of these points from today's racing? Still looking like it's going to be a challenge for anyone to topple Alessia Prime, but you just never know. These parts on all these carts have been going for, well, almost 3.5 hours now. If I'm doing anything for 3.5 hours, I fall apart, as shown here in the commentary box. But these carts, they're made of stronger stuff. Whether they all can make it through to the checkered flag, though, you just never know. Because an issue can crop up any time. Anytime. It could be with a couple of minutes to go. Suddenly something happens and they're nursing an issue 2 to the finish. You just never know. Not that I would ever prey on the downfall of Alessia Prime. I would never. But let's wait and see what happens. Let's wait and see. Right then, so DAD we think are coming in again. Purple Racing, I think, are coming in again for just a run around. I believe Ravenscroft would probably stay in the kart, especially given his pace consistently in the 39s. He's had a mega stint in this one, absolutely mega stint. Not quite beaten the lap time set earlier by Bo Sullivan, but on that last lap alone, Clayton was 9,000 slower than that fastest lap of the race from Bo Sullivan, like 200 laps ago. So even on these used tyres now, Clayton is still absolutely on ultimate pace here around the Rye House Kart Raceway. What a stint this is from Clayton. So looking down the order, gaps. What are our closest gaps? 2 seconds between March Racing in 10th and Camtech in 11th. We have 5 seconds between 36 Racing and Helicopter Services. We have 5 seconds between 36 Motorsport and Brentwood Karting. And we have 5 seconds between Camtech and Shadow Racing. So that's definitely your closest trio then. March Racing in 10th, Camtech in 11th, and Shadow Racing in 12th. All 3 karts in totally different classes as well. March in Pro, Camtech in Super, and Shadow in Clubman. But all 3 of them within 7 seconds of each other. They're pretty close together there. As fair play to Shadow Racing, keeping on pace with those 2 in higher classes ahead of them as well. And actually, a little bit faster than March Racing. So Camtech and Shadow Racing are closing up to the back here of car number 53. And driver might have to have their head on a bit of a swivel here for the next 10 minutes or so, as these 2 other karts will be coming up behind him thick and fast. There they are, going through the last couple of quarters now, all pretty close together. Only a few kart lengths between each of them. And as I say, that gap continuing to close in. So time will dwindle. And we shall see how that battle presses on. They head down through the first hairpin now and down through to hairpin number 2. And yeah, you can see even visually Camtech definitely closing in to the back of March Racing at the moment. So surely will be a matter of time until Camtech break their way through into the top 10. And again, similar story to GKT. Camtech with a race to forget in this one. I feel like Camtech are either hot or cold. Some days they're absolutely on it, up fighting for potential wins, and other days they're just way off of it. And today is sadly one of those days. Down outside of the top 10 for a super class team that hasn't run into any issues. That is a real shame. To be outside of the top 10, losing a lot of points to their rivals in the championship. And funnily enough, they are actually ahead of DAD in the championship going into today, and by 20 points as well. So some poor rounds so far from DAD, but they have turned it around here today at round number 6. Now, I seem to believe there might have been some DNFs involved in that for DAD. Yeah, there have been. There have been for Camtech as well, to be fair. Yeah, last time out of round 5, all 3 of those were the DNF. Monkey Monkey, DAD, and Camtech, all DNF. And round before that, we didn't have any DNFs, but Camtech were down in 20th. Monkey Monkey were down in 18th. So that wasn't an ideal race for them. And then DAD were up in P3, so it's been a bit hot and cold, it seems, to DAD. But yeah, they're very much back on pace here at round number 6. And then again, the round before DAD, DNF. So yeah, I can see why a certain Mr. Beaumont was cracking jokes in the briefing there. DAD struggling to find finishes, but when they do finish, they get a good result and some good points on the board. But for a championship charge, those DNFs have just absolutely ruined things. Absolutely ruined things. But this result might put them into 6th again ahead of Camtech. I think it will actually just bring them closer together, but they'll stay as they are. Biggest mover likely to be Alessia Prime, potentially jumping a couple of spots in the championship. But again, I'll be back for round number 7 in September, and we will go over all those championship permutations when we get to there. But we are closing down now towards 30 minutes left to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Our 4-hour endurance race is soon to come to a close. I think we started, what is that? About 8 minutes late. So we're going to be finishing about 8 minutes late as well. We should have been 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. No, it can't be 8 minutes late. Then I'm absolutely chatting rubbish. 23 minutes late because we're already 50. Yeah, so that makes sense. Yeah, 23 minutes late. So we should finish at 6. But it's going to go on a little bit longer than that. My maths is actually dreadful. My maths is actually dreadful. Why is anyone trusting me to do maths in the comms box? That was awful, John. What am I doing? We've got 34 minutes left to go, and there's 16 minutes until we hit 6 o'clock. So it's 18 minutes. 18 minutes late. This race is going to finish. Finally, we got there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sorry. There's only 34 minutes of you having to listen to me drivel on here on the airwaves. Apologies. Right then. We're crescendoing through to a finish. Let's see if we do get any exciting battles through into this final 30 minutes. Any issues materialise is going to really affect things here. And again, you got to remember, we're getting to that sweet spot with those final pit stops as well. We'll see drivers diving in soon enough. And as that pit window, what am I talking about? Yeah, pit window, yeah, sure. Pit lane entry, whatever. It's closed. It will close with 15 minutes to go left in this race. So only 18 minutes left of the dummy grid pit lane being open. So I can see already a few drivers are suited and booted and ready to go. So potential for a couple of late driver changes in this one, but even if they're not driver changes, will still have to be a few teams diving into the pit lane. Now, again, this list could be wrong, but I believe we're still expecting Purple racing through the pits, DAD through the pits. That one I've not written done by. They're fine. They are finished. Slippery Bananas through the pits. Red Spider racing for fuel, but they might make it to the end, so it might just be through the pits. Bad Racing, I think, needs to come through the pits again. And so do March Racing, 36 Racing, and Shadow Racing. I think Shadow Racing do genuinely need some more fuel on board. But again, that could be wrong. So what is that then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the 17, I believe, still needing to come through the pits at least once more time in this race. Could be wrong, though. We shall wait and see. Well, one team has proven me right, and it is the number 88. So Shadow Racing. Okay, so I had missed their fuel stop, clearly. But they had gone through the pits. So there we go. 3 stops all done for Shadow Racing. And it's been a good race for them today, I must say. For Shadow, I've been very impressed with them today out in the clubman class, so that will make them rejoin in 3rd in the class. They will drop behind Slippery Bananas. And actually saying of Slippery Bananas, I think they do need to come through the pits again. So Shadow Racing should get 2nd in the class back. First, though, Bad Racing. I think they're a whole lap ahead. Yeah, they are a whole lap ahead. And even with them coming through the pits again, they will struggle to get that lead in the class away from Bad Racing. It's been another good race, and despite the slight switch up of the driver order, or the drivers actually involved in the order for Bad Racing for this one, it's seemingly gone pretty well. Yet again, of course, they lead that clubman class by only 13 points going into today, courtesy of that victory in class back at round number 5. And that was 9th overall as well for Bad Racing. Well, they're 9th overall in this one as well. So another good showing from Bad Racing. Yeah, that's right. Okay, cool. Threw myself off. Shadow Racing were your previous winners in Clubman back at round 4, race 2. And before that, round 4, race 1 was Bad Racing yet again. And they've qualified pole the last 2 rounds as well. So Bad Racing, they've been on it in the Clubman class. They've definitely been the ones to beat. I think they would be my pick for the championship through to the end of the season. But like we say, plenty can change. Any more fractured ribs could really throw a spanner in the works. So let's hope that doesn't happen for those drivers. That's right then. Looking through the rest of the year so far, what do we have? Project D of an overall race win. DAD with an overall race win. Purple Racing with an overall race win. Then another one for Camtech. It just shows the up and down order for Camtech. Race 1 at round 4, an overall victory. And then Purple Racing with a 2nd race win. So the first team to get 2 race wins so far from this one. Have I just missed someone through the pits? I have. It was Camtech. I'm glad I heard that out the window. I had them down as being done. So I must have got that wrong. Well, they're done now. Camtech, right, they've come through the pits. They will re-emerge in P12 for Camtech. And then who was that in the pits as well? It is Bad Racing. So there we go. They do make that stop. And they had already done those 2 fuel stops then clearly. That's third stop of the race completed for Bad Racing. And yeah, like we say, they'll come back out, I think, still relatively comfortably in the lead of the class because Shadow Racing have now given us all of their stops. And they are going to be, yeah, a good bit behind, actually. No, wait, hold on a second. No, they're not. No, they're not. Shadow Racing are 2.6 seconds behind. So this is a genuine battle for class victory here. But I do believe we've got one of the brothers back out again. One of our usual racers in the 39. So a good person to have in for this final stint. Well, the 88 of Shadow Racing are just trying to find their way past the back marker at the moment. That's the number 11 of Going Bananas. And they're trying to put a lap on. They need to do this pretty swiftly. And then they'll only have fresh air between themselves and Bad Racing. March Racing also into the pitch yet again. So Bad Racing, I need to put done next to. Right, March Racing. 3, now done. Cool. Right, complete. Okay. I think I have a relative idea of what's going on, which is good. So Shadow Racing and Bad Racing, then they are on a genuine battle here for your race victory in the Clubman class. So watch out for those two. The number 39 and the number 88 here are battling for outright position. Well, still, the 88 has got a full lap once again and unable to find a way past Going Bananas here. This could be a bit of a thorn in the side here for Shadow Racing. Last lap, they were about on the same pace, to be fair. So it might not be the worst thing in the world sitting behind. The 11's on decent pace, but they're still trying to coax up to the back of the 39. And Slippery Bananas are there as well on the number 12. But I do think Slippery Bananas needs to come through the pit lane again. So although we've got our 3 leaders in the Clubman class within about 5 seconds of each other, almost nose to tail with the 11 of Going Bananas in there as well, not quite as exciting as that. But 2 of those are genuinely out there until the checkered flag, battling for the winning Clubman here. It's going to be Bad Racing versus Shadow Racing. Right then, as we wait for those final stops, let's run you through the order there with less than 30 minutes left to go. So DAD are out in the lead by 15 seconds now ahead of Alessia Prime. But I still think we're expecting another stop from DAD, but I'll wait and see if I'm proven wrong. Third place for Purple Racing. What a race it's been from them after issues as one driver does dive to the pits. And I think it might be DAD, actually. We'll watch and wait. Right then. Behind them, 36 Racing in the lead at the moment in the Pro class. They're followed by Helicopter Services, then 36 Motorsport and Brentwood Karting. They're followed by GKD Racing and DR Autos, and Camtech round out the top 10. Then it's Slippery Bananas, Bad Racing and Shadow Racing, your top 3 in the club at the moment. They're followed by March Racing, Going Bananas, Red Spider Racing and Monkey Monkey. And I can confirm it is DAD who are in the pits. So third stop completed then for DAD. That is all their pit stops done and dusted. But that hands the race lead back to Alessia Prime. DAD rejoined the action 15 seconds behind Alessia Prime. So unless they find some rocket ship pace here on the last stint, I think Alessia Prime still have one hand on that winner's trophy. Well then, 36 Racing, have they come in as well? No, that's a change on circuit, sorry. That's a change on track. So Helicopter Services are through. Where are they? Where are they? Yes, they are down through the final couple of corners. I can see them now. So they're now on the back of Camtech, our Helicopter Services. So we're back up now to the top 4, all being Super Pro class carts. Frustrating though for Helicopter Services, they're 31 seconds off the back of Purple Racing. But again, if Purple Racing, who I do think need another trip through the pit lane, if they do, Helicopter Services will jump them. They will jump them. So again, they're still racing on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. This is not all done. And GKD there with them as well. But of course, about a lap down, I think, on those 3. Oh, more than that now. Gikini 3 laps down off your race leaders. So, as the race leaders not too far behind then, and they've got 36 Motorsport in their wheel tracks as well, who I would assume are going with them at the moment, keeping pace and keeping really good pace. 39.7. Now they popped in a 39.8. Have 36 Motorsport, so they are motoring on in this final stint. There you go then. There's the final running order as we head into this final part of the race. Sippy Bananas have lost the lead in Clubman to Bad Racing. As you say, Sippy Bananas, I think, will have to come in again. So I think it's a straight fight between Bad Racing and Shadow Racing. And then 36 Motorsport, I think, have got this one relative in the bag, especially with their now pace that they're showing in this stint. As 36 Racing, I think, will be diving into the pits in the not-so-distant future. And then again, Alessia Prime, what a race so far. 16 seconds in the lead as we head on towards the final 20 minutes of this race. Who has just dived into pit lane that I've just seen there? They should re-emerge into my angle in a second. It is the number 12, okay. So Sippy Bananas have bailed from that group. And their final stop is now done. So I believe we still have Purple Racing, Red Spider Racing, and 36 Racing, who owe us a trip in the pits. Otherwise, I think everyone else has done all their stops. And here is Red Spider Racing in for a fuel stop as well. I was right that they hadn't done one. I thought maybe they could fuel through to the end, but no. They are dropping in for a splash and dash. And that is them done now as well. So, down to only 2 teams. Purple Racing and 36 Racing, if my maths are correct and I've been watching well, which isn't guaranteed. I think they are our 2 that we're waiting for pit stops on. That pit entrance will close in just over 7 minutes time. So it won't be very long until we see those final pit stops coming in and we'll get a proper lay of the land here going into the last part of the race. I'm looking forward to this. I hope you are as well. Well then, off we go. The last 20 minutes of the race has begun. We press on, and again, I think we've just seen that final stop from 36 Racing. So they rejoin then in third place in the Pro class. Good stop from them. They come out 26 seconds behind Brentwood Karting. So a little bit of a gap between those two. And again, I think it's about a lap. It's 15 seconds behind between 36 Motorsport and Brentwood Karting. Then it's 26 seconds between Brentwood Karting and 36 Racing. Not that that's confusing at all. But yeah, a bit of a gap then between those three at the sharp end in Pro. So unlikely that that's going to change over these last 20 minutes. Similar story in the top three in Supers. 18 seconds it is between Alessia Prime and DAD. And then a further 13 seconds between DAD and Purple Racing. Now, I still have noted down that I believe Purple Racing need another trip through the pits, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. They've got 3 minutes of the window being open still until that pit lane closes. So either they're running all the way to the last minute, or I've missed one and I've not written it down. Either's very possible. Either's very possible. I'll let you know in just less than 3 minutes as to whether they have come in or not. And if they haven't, I'm going to assume that it's me that's got it wrong and not them. I think that's probably a fair assumption. So we shall watch. If they do come in, there's a potential here for a battle between Purple Racing and Helicopter Services for the last spot on the overall podium and the podium in the Super Pro class as well. If they don't come in, then that gap is going to stay pretty sizable and unlikely to change through to the finish. Gap between the top two in Clubman, still just less than 3 seconds between Bad Racing and Shadow Racing. That overall victory in the Clubman class for Shadow Racing is eluding them at the moment by only a couple of seconds after almost 4 hours of racing. I think this would be their second win of the year, if I'm not mistaken. Bad Racing has 1 victory in Clubman. Shadow Racing has 1. Bad Racing have 2. Looking further down, Red Spider Racing have 1. Shadow Racing have 2. Oh, no, that was qualifying, sorry. Cyprian Bananas have 1. And then round number 1, it was Brentwood Karting, of course, when they joined us in the Clubman class. It was Bad Racing was second in that race. So it's 2 wins apiece so far this year for Bad Racing and Shadow Racing in the Clubman class. And as we head into the last now almost 15 minutes of this race, there's only a couple of seconds between them, so we will see who grabs their second victory of the season. Will it be Bad Racing, or will it be, their third victory of the season? Will it be Bad Racing, will it be Shadow Racing? Both those teams already with 2 under their belt so far in 2026. But this race has been a very interesting one. Plenty of permutations to talk about in terms of the championship and across this 4-hour endurance race as well. But we've sort of settled into pace now, haven't we, through these last hour or so of the race. No one falling away, no one losing pace, no one having mechanical issues, or not massively. Not that I want to tempt fate here with 15 minutes to go, but we shall see. Right then, there's 30 seconds here until the pit lane closes, so my assumption right now is that I have mistakenly written it down wrong and that Purple Racing have done all of their pit stops. But we shall see. We shall see. Right then. Into the last 15 minutes we go. And we shall see how this one plays out then. I'm just surprised as to how I've missed that, because I've seen both driver changes, but maybe there was an extra one. No, because Bo, when he got out, that was his first time in. And I could have sworn Taylor... Oh, Taylor came in twice, didn't he? Yes, I remember. So I have written that down wrong. Yes. So they have done all their stops. Ignore me. Pit lane's closed. They didn't need to do another stop. John got excited for no reason. Apologies, everyone. Because, of course, Taylor came in for that extra stop, didn't he, when he had that issue? And that counted as another stop. So that was stop number 2. And then when they did the next stop, stop number 3, that was when Clayton got in. So, yeah, I've been chatting absolute rubbish the last hour. My sincerest apologies. So it has been 3 completed much earlier on than I thought then from the Purple Racing squad. So that third place is legitimately theirs. And yeah, 30 seconds off the race leader, 10 seconds now off of DAD. To be fair to them, they caught DAD by half a second on the last lap. A 39.7 from Purple Racing versus a 40.1 for DAD. And Purple Racing did get a new fastest lap of the race. What was that now? About 10 or so laps ago. Lap number 321, they did a 39.687. They beat that 39.7. That was the fastest time so far in this race. Or sorry, it was a higher 39.6, wasn't it? So beaten by maybe a hundredth, maybe just some thousandths. But either way, finding more time, impressively so, with, well, tyres that are 321 laps old. And Clayton Ravenscroft has still found a new fastest lap of the race. That is amazing work from him. He's doing all he can, but I think lofty heights of third in this one, all that is going to be achievable. Well, for the moment, looking down the order, we have had some big movers in this race, I must say. Two teams have gained 5 places from their starting position, and one team has gained 6. Helicopter Services, they've just got a contact warning of Helicopter Services. That's their second of the race. They got one within the first 15 minutes, and now they're getting another one in the last 15 minutes. Shouldn't matter too much, but just thought I'd say. And at the moment, 36 Motorsport are only 1.7 seconds behind Helicopter Services. I've only just noticed that. So Helicopter Services are under pressure here to actually hold on to that overall top 4. Interesting. 4/10 it was that 36 Motorsport took out of that gap on the last lap. That battle is on here for a top 4 finish for 36 Motorsport. Of course, they're already in the class lead, so that won't change anything if they do get past Helicopter Services. I think it's Purple Racing who's actually in between them and on a different lap at the moment, as they should. There they are, down into the first hairpin. So it is now Purple Racing ahead of 36 Motorsport. And then just ahead of them is Helicopter Services. They find themselves just behind March Racing at the moment, who waves them by. And that'll be some help there to Helicopter Services. They've got a bit of fresh air ahead of them now. And sadly for 36 Motorsport, they've got the third place car of Purple Racing ahead of them. And now the March Racing car, who finds themselves down in 13th position here, heading on towards the final 10 minutes. Yeah, sorry, biggest movers. Helicopter Services up 5 so far in this race. 36 Racing up 5 as well. So it's 9th to 4th for Helicopter Services. It's 12th to 7th for 36 Racing. And your biggest mover in this race, up 6 positions, is DR Autos. 15th on the grid to 9th so far in this one. And they sadly find themselves just off of the podium in the Pro class. 4th in class at the moment. Top 3 are in 5th, 6th and 7th. And DR Autos find themselves down in 9th place at the moment with GKD between them. And also 2 laps between themselves and the next car in the class as well. Well then, 3 hours and 50 minutes of this race has almost been completed, ladies and gentlemen. 10 more minutes left to go. And DAD are in the pits. DAD are in the pits. That's what my timing says anyway. The DAD are in the pits. They've lost second place. Purple Racing have gone through into P2. Oh dear. Late drama here as DAD pit in. They go straight under the limbo bar. And I think they're out. Driver hops up and out of the car. And I think they're out of the race. I cannot believe it. Well, we said earlier on about Mark joking about them struggling to finish races. Well, look at that. What was going to be a very impressive performance of a second place overall. Some great points and some points that DAD really needed have gone missing here with 10 minutes left to go. 10 minutes left to go. Driver, yeah, is clearly not happy about the kart, as there is some serious conflab going on down there at the end of the pit lane. The number 11 Going Bananas is in as well, as I think they'll be out of the race also. What a shame. So the number 11 with more issues. They've had more than their fair share across this 4-hour endurance race, and that looks to be race over for them. So we've gone from only 1 DNF in this race, courtesy of Monkey, who are now 112 laps down, to now 3 DNFs in this one. So DAD, are dropping down the order like a stone. They're down to 7th place already And they'll continue to fall as they are not getting back out in this race. And the number 11 of Going Bananas, well, they were already 15th place, 30 laps off your race leader. So I don't think that's going to amount to much, really, for Going Bananas. But that is huge for DAD from a second place finish. That would have been a massive haul of points for them. It's going to result with, well, basically nothing. What a shame for DAD. Well, that pushes Helicopter Services up into the top 3. That pushes Purple Racing into second place. And now our top 3 in the Pro class are pretty knocking on the door here of the overall top 3. 36 Motorsport are right behind Helicopter Services, and this is a battle. Down into hairpin 1. Up and under will try the number 36. But they're not going to get the run off the corner. Inside line still held by Helicopter. They'll try the up and under again, and this time they've got the run. We're side by side, but I think Helicopter, yeah, of course they'll be aggressive and chop back across. They had enough of ownership of that corner there to retake that place, and they have. Right, this is the battle to watch then, because not only, well, sorry, this isn't for class position. This is your leader in the Pro class trying to get past third in the Super Pro class, but also for an overall top 3 in this race. 36 Motorsport will love that. They're trying the up and under at a Regis elbow. It's not going to work. The 3 of Helicopter Services covers it off. Again, up and under out the hairpins. Hasn't worked as well this time. Helicopter will hold on to it. Out of hairpin 2, will get a good enough run as well. They continue on line astern. Well, the only job of the driver of the Helicopter Services car, which I can tell you, courtesy of Doris, is Jack Williamson. Thank you, Doris. His only job here is to keep the 36 Motorsport car behind. And thank you, Doris. She also picked me up on my mistake with Ravenscroft pits on purple. So, Doris, there's a position for commentator opening up here at RHBK because you're way better than me. So we'll draft you in for the next one, Doris. Thanks for picking me up on those. Honestly, Doris, I clearly had missed it totally. But you were right. You were indeed right. I came to that realization myself, but I should have checked the live chat, Doris. My sincerest apologies. All stops were completed absolutely fine. They did do that back-to-back, didn't they, with Taylor in that secondary part of the race. Yeah, Nathan saying, rough day for us. Unlucky, Nathan. Unlucky. Yeah, I think it was you that I just seen pull back into the pits, wasn't it, on the number 11? Race over for Going Bananas. That's a real shame. Right. Thank you, Doris, for your updates once again and keeping my information correct as I can be. On we continue on. And still, look at this. Hunting for that third place is 36 Motorsport. 6.5 minutes now left to go on the clock. As looking down the order, I'm trying to spot. I don't want to miss this battle between these two. But closest gap, apart from them, is still that train from Camtech back. Camtech to Bad Racing is 7 seconds. Bad Racing to Shadow Racing now 4 seconds. That was only 3. So Bad Racing have settled in well, and they're actually starting to gap Shadow Racing here. So the opportunity for a victory in the Clubman class of Shadow Racing seems to be dwindling away. Look at the aggression, the defense here from Helicopter Services. They are using that kart so well. They're making that kart about twice as wide as it actually is. And they are defending like an absolute lion, kart number 3, to hold on to this overall top 3 finish. Because, of course, don't forget, okay, they're in different classes. So it doesn't really matter. But it does, because points are given out in terms of finishing position in the race, in the overall finishing results, not in terms of your class finishing results. So this would change the amount of points given to these two teams. And that's why 36 want to find their way through. They wouldn't be putting their neck on the line like this in the dying moments of the race if there weren't points on offer. But there very much are. Well, still, Helicopter Services driving so well that the slightest of overlaps there out of hairpin 2 for 36 Motorsport. As all they look down the inside there, that would have been very cheeky. That surely would have ended in contact, and they do slot back in. Thought better of it. Well, laps are tipping by. Opportunities are dwindling here for 36 Motorsport. Helicopter Services aggressive defense to the inside line yet again, down into Stadium Bend. And 36 are trying every which way. They're going left, they're going right, they're trying all sorts of different lines to find a way past your previous multiple champions here in the Rye House Pro Karting Series. Currently adorned by the number 3, as it is GKD, of course, your defending champions from last season. But Helicopter Services still a formidable outfit here at RHBK and a tough team to beat. Well, 36 are doing everything they can to do just that. Round the final corner, they continue on. To a new lap we go, and still unable to find a way through our 36 Motorsport. Down through Stadium Bend yet again. And again, Helicopter making that car oh so wide. Give the opportunity to them around the outside. They did it in Regis Elbow. They do it again down at hairpin number 1. They're like, yeah, mate, you can have all the space you want on the outside, but I'm white lining it on the exit, so you can't get past. Again, they'll get the overlap. They've got a nice run, actually. I've got to give it to them, but no. Again, you knew Helicopter Services weren't going to give them an inch there down into that new complex. They have to get at least entirely side by side to warrant that space being given. And the team cheering them on now as they head down into Stadium Bend once again. We're getting cheers from the 36 Motorsport outfit. We're getting cheers from the Helicopter Services outfit. Both team members willing their drivers on here for the last couple of minutes. But this is beautiful defence here from Helicopter all the way around the outside. They're going to try it. They're going to get put in the wall if they're not careful. Oh, that was close. That was very close. You put yourself in a dangerous position there if you're on the outside, on the exit of hairpin number 1. And thank goodness 36 Motorsport were just about able to back out of that one, but they just can't find a way past here. There is no chink in the armour for Helicopter Services, is there? Again, dives to the inside line there off the final corner. Will run 2 by 2 down to Stadium Bend once more. 36 Motorsport are going to have to find something special here to find a way past Helicopter Services. Down through Regis Elbow yet again. And again, white lining it to the inside goes the number 3. I'm trying to keep my eyes relatively on the timing to see if anything else is happening, but I think around the rest of the order, all the drivers have pretty much settled into positions here. Yeah, that gap between Bad Racing and Shadow Racing still increasing by a 10th or 2 every lap, so I think Bad Racing have one hand on that victory in the Clubman class. This is the battle to watch then, folks. 2.5 minutes left to go. Round the final corner continues our battle for 3rd place. Across the line we go. Yet again, it's been carbon copy on every lap in terms of what Helicopter Services are doing to keep 36 behind. Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The opposite can be said for 36 Motorsport. They need to try something different here. What they've been trying lap on lap is not working. And again, the question then becomes, how aggressive do you be? Because, of course, you don't want to get a silly penalty in these dying moments as well. And in your hope to jump up into the overall top 3, you get a penalty, and that drops you behind and loses your points to some of your championship rivals in the pro class. So it's quite the balancing act, this, for the driver of the 36 here in this final stint. But of course, they'll want the overall top 3. They want it more than anything. But for the moment, Helicopter Services just driving so perfectly. So perfectly. No opportunities here for 36. Again, they're sent the long way round, down at hairpin number 1. They'll try to hang it round again, but it's not going to happen. They'll find that barrier on the outside. And if not, they have to slot back in. And that's exactly what they do. Out through hairpin 2 again. Nice run from Helicopter. No need to cover it off through the new section. And it's nearly 60 seconds left to go, ladies and gentlemen. This is starting to fall away here for 36 Motorsport. It might have to be a bit of a do or die here if they want this place. Let's see how aggressive they're willing to be here. Because again, this is not for direct position in class. Do they value the class position more, or beating Helicopter Services and getting those points and getting the overall podium? I think I know the answer to that, but we'll watch and wait and see. Again, not round the outside this time. Up and under. They need this up and under to work here at hairpin number 2. They'll try their best to slingshot their way back to the inside. But again, perfectly weighted on the brakes from Helicopter Services. Almost identical exits from the 2 karts. And Helicopter Services hold on. Now, where's your race leader? Okay, they're coming on round. I think we'll get 2 more laps of this race. Under the gantry we go then with 20 seconds on the clock. Our battle for 3rd continues on. There are your race leaders under the gantry now with 15 seconds on the clock. So yeah, they're on to the final lap, but it's 2 more for our battle for 3rd place. Once again, round the outside of hairpin 1. Oh, he's lost it. Yeah, you just saw there the dip of the head backwards in frustration as the rear end just kicked out there mid-corner for 36. They couldn't get the power down, and yet again they knew another opportunity has gone. But round the final corner, we've got to turn our attention to the 42, momentarily at least. What a race from Alessia Prime. In that first stint, they were putting in a good stint, but they were nowhere near the sharp end. They've remained on it throughout this race, and it is Alessia Prime who are victorious at round number 6. What a race from Alessia Prime, and they take the spoils here in August. Where's that battle for third place now? They're heading down into hairpin number 1 again. Round the outside go 36. They're going to force their way into the barriers. It was inevitable, and they feel that they were warranted a bit more space there, and I don't know. I think I might agree with them on that one. That was the most that they had been alongside throughout this race there around the outside. Aggressive defense from Helicopter, and they basically said, you try and go around the outside, I'm going to put you in the barrier. And that's exactly what they did there. To the line they go. So it's second place for Purple Racing. A great race after issues from them. And third for Helicopter Services. A lion defense there across the final stint. What an end to the race we had there in that battle for third place. That was awesome. 36 Motorsport not quite able to get it, but still a victory in class. I think they'll be pretty happy with that one. There might be some discussion about that little incident on the final lap, but I'm sure there'll be discussions about that. We'll see whether it does actually end up amounting to anything. Well, 36 Motorsport then, your victors in the pro class. Brentwood Karting getting back to a P2, good showing from them. And 36 Racing, the sister team, they're rounding out the podium there in your pro class. GKD Racing finishing up in 7th place. Behind them, DR Autos, then Camtech in 9th. And Bad Racing, your victors, here at round number 6 in the Clubman class. They finished just over 5 seconds clear of Shadow Racing by the time they got to the checkered flag. And then behind them were March Racing. Slippy Bananas rounds out the podium in Clubman. And then DAD DNF. Going bananas, DNF. Red Spider Racing, they did make it to the finish, but of course they had about 50 laps spent in the pit lane. They're there in 16th. And then Monkey again, a DNF. A couple of teams falling by the wayside there right in the dying moments. But yet another brilliant round of the Rye House Pro Karting Series. And, well, 4 hours of racing and my voice is pretty much done. So it's only got to carry through to the podium presentation, thank goodness. And oh, I've got a whole nother live stream tomorrow, so that's going to be interesting. Anyway, it's been a great day here today at Rye House. I've had a fantastic time here up in the commentary box. It's been a while since I've been here at the Rye House Kart Raceway, and it is fantastic to be back. Another great race in the Rye House Pro Karting Series, and I hope to see you all at the next round. That will be the 5th of September for round number 7, and I will be joining you back on the commentary for that one. But until then, I need to go and recover my voice a little bit, and I will see you all over at the podium presentation, hopefully in about 30 or so minutes' time, I would say, is probably a pretty fair guesstimation. Head over to the main building, join us for that podium presentation. We'll say a big well done to everyone racing today, and then we'll head on home, and I'll see you all in about a month's time. But there we go then. Round 6 of our HPK comes to a close, and from myself, John Ratcliffe, Ratters Media, here in the commentary box, it is goodbye. Right then, YouTube. Goodbye. I hope you enjoyed. I hope the coverage was all right. Sorry to. I'm so sorry. I've forgotten your name in the live chat. Who was correcting me in the live chat? Let me reopen it again. Was it Debbie? Not Debbie. Open again. Doris. Sorry, Doris. Thank you, Doris, for making sure I was saying the right things today, because I was getting it wrong clearly a couple of times. So I appreciate you passing me that information over. But that's it. RHPK round 6 is done. Hope you all enjoyed. And yeah, we'll see you next month. I will be back again, so there will definitely be a live stream. So subscribe to the YouTube channel to not miss that. All right, guys, I will see you a bit later. Have a nice evening. Goodbye.